Carol and Linda, the town manager and their lawyer did they get links to come to this?
Kristen Collins asked for a link, and that's
And
it.
Barry Tibbetts, can you give them a link? Is that legal and all that? He's a town manager. I really need him physically here.
Okay, is he?
I see Kristen Collins on there. I don't see, and I see Bill Diamond.
Oh, I see him right now. I'll send him one right now.
That'd be awesome. And of course, Patrick Corey, if he's on.
And also Roberta Mancher was invited by a member of the committee, and she is in the waiting area as well.
Yeah, I see her in there.
Also on this issue, Lynn?
Yes.
Yes, she was asked to be invited for the roads.
Session.
1753.
That's
Yes,
correct.
she is here.
Okay, it looks like we have a quorum. We're ready to go. Cheryl, all set?
Oh, geez, yes, we are. Sorry.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I'm Senator Joe Baldacci. We'll be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider legislative proposals before us and make recommendations and reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in this work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website. The YouTube live stream of this meeting is accessible to the public, begins at the scheduled start time for the work session, and will remain on until the end of the day's work. If your video or audio is on, even if the committee is not then in session or is on break, the public can see and hear you. This is a public meeting, and I must remind you that while we are meeting, discussion must happen on the screen and not by way of Zoom chat. You may use the chat to request to speak, or to indicate that you're having a technical issue, or to indicate that you are momentarily stepping away from the screen. However, again, you are not to use the chat feature for substantive discussions. If you're having technical difficulties, please contact our committee clerk, who will help try to resolve the problems. Members will speak with leave of chair. Materials will be provided electronically for this meeting. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present of at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. So I will now call on members to introduce themselves, starting with Representative Lynn Copeland.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Copeland, and I'm proud to represent the folks in House District 14, which is downtown and coastal Saco. Welcome.
Great. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Randall Greenwood. I represent House District 82, which are the towns of Litchfield, Monmouth, and my hometown of Wales in both Androscoggin and Kennebec counties.
Great. Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mark Bryan. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham.
Great. Representative Francis Head.
Good morning. My name is Frances Head. I live in Bethel, Maine. I represent District 117, 23 towns and townships in Franklin and Oxford County. And good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kathy Downs.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Arlington. Thank you.
Representative Donna Dorr.
Good morning. I'm Representative Donna Dorr, and I represent a portion of the great city of Augusta.
Great. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8. My district goes from Castine all the way up to Lincoln, including the city of. I live in Bucksport.
Great. Representative William Toole.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Will Toole. I represent the Machias area plus Lubec and Eastwood.
Great. And my co-chair, Representative Ann Matlack. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matunicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Great. And Representative Walter Reisman.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Walter Reisman. I represent District 69, which is beautiful communities of Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denver.
Great. Okay, so now it's time to open the work session on LD 1723, and we are ably assisted this morning with our analyst, Lynn Caswell, and our committee clerk, Cheryl McGowan. Lynn, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we said earlier, and I missed a few people who are in the attendee room about this bill. So Barry Tibbetts, the town manager, Kristen Collins, the town attorney, Roberta Manter, also Rebecca Graham from MMA, and I suspect Tom Doak, though I don't know if he's just here to watch or to participate from the Maine Woodland Owners Association. So this is LD 1723, an act regarding winter maintenance of public roads in the town of Windham. It is a private and special law that authorizes the town of Windham to provide winter maintenance, including sanding, snow removal, and salting on certain designated private ways in the town of Windham using town equipment. The bill requires the town to enact an ordinance and perform winter maintenance on private ways, including the town ordinance would include eligibility criteria that would apply to these private ways. It would require the town to create a roster and a map of the designated private ways. It would require the town to develop maintenance standards for those private ways that the town is going to be snow plowing. And it would set up conditions for the suspension and termination of winter maintenance. And it also provides an opportunity for the owners of property on those private ways to request that the private way be removed from maintenance, snow removal, winter maintenance that the town has undertaken. The bill also limits the ability of property owners to claim a private way has become a town way by virtue of the winter maintenance. And I believe that's the main features of this bill. So this bill was brought to you by Representative Mark Bryant, the other members of the congregation, the other representatives for the town of Windham also came and before you and spoke, and that was Senator Diamond and Representative Corey. They laid out a history where the town of Windham has been plowing about 101 private roads where there are about 1,700 residents that live on those private roads. And the town of Windham has been plowing them for 70 years. I believe they said for more than at least or approximately 20 years. In the past, there were agreements, written agreements with some or all of the property owners. Those agreements, I believe the town manager testified and the town attorney testified that they either are definitely not valid anymore or most likely not valid anymore. So the town manager spoke, as did the town attorney and a town councilor who lives on one of those private roads. And they talked about the legal conundrum that the town of Winthrop is in because they have been maintaining these private roads for so long.
The town of Windham, not Winthrop.
Is that what I keep saying? Winthrop?
Well,
I
Winthrop,
apologize.
yeah.
I apologize.
Right. As long as we know which town we're talking about.
I love the town of Winthrop, so I am sorry.
I do too.
Of Windham.
Well.
Yeah, and I wouldn't wish, so this private and special law is brought to you to help the town of Windham find a way out of the situation that they have put themselves in. I believe that there was someone who testified and made the statement, no good deed goes unpunished. And MMA testified, and they do not have a position on this bill because it is a private and special law that applies only to the town of Wyndham. So I have a lot of information that I put into my bill analysis, or a lot of information from my perspective. I wanted to start out with making sure, as with all issues related to roads, words matter. So I started out by identifying what the phrase private way means, because the word private way is being used in this bill, and it refers to a private road or a driveway or a public easement, which we have talked about in the past, and I laid out what that definition is for you in case there are any questions. And we can go back and go more in depth on that definition if it's relevant to your discussion. I did come up with several matters that I think you need to consider. And I think I attached a whole bunch of legal opinions, which I try not to do, but I know that there are a lot of legal issues in this bill that the bill is trying to solve, and also a lot of legal issues that this bill raises for your consideration. So I just want to go through what a private and special law is, because there were some questions about that. It's pretty simple. It's a law that just applies to a particular group of persons or one individual, for example, a municipality or a business. In this case, it is a municipality. They are limited in scope, so they don't appear in, I call them the red books, because that's what they look like in my office. It is not a codified, does not appear in the main revised statutes, so they're a little harder to find, but they are laws, and then they can be amended. There was some question about
Do you want
whether.
to screen share?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have been talking and you guys haven't been able to read at the same time.
Oh, no, I mean, we saw your memo, but it might be helpful.
Yeah,
to have it
no,
up in front of us.
yeah, nope. So that was the private and special laws. I missed something in my discussion, and that is I put down here also what dedication by prescription means, and I'll go back to it if it's an issue. But that is I think an issue the town is trying to avoid, which is that property owners can claim that the town has accepted a private way due to their actions. For example, if there was 20 years of continuous public use, the property owners could claim that that made their road a public road, and the town would be obligated to maintain, obligated to upkeep, and obligated to allow public on it. I do not think, based on the facts that have been shared, I do not think that these private ways in the town of Wyndham would be subject to a successful suit, that they have now become public ways. But not knowing all the facts, and I think that the town's attorney may have facts that, more facts, I know she has more facts, and so her facts may change that analysis, but based on what I've heard, that concern of the towns may be smaller than as portrayed. The legal issues that I want to raise with this, and I'm going to start with the general principle that public funds must be used for public purposes. Taxation at a local level must be for a public purpose, and it's a limitation on your powers. Doesn't mean you can't enact a law. I've said this before to this committee. It doesn't mean you can't enact a law if it's likely to be in violation of a constitutional provision. It just means that if you do and it's challenged, the law may be found invalid. And that to me is a significant concern in this particular law. The courts give great deference to the legislature when they enact a law. So if you are going to move forward with this bill, I would suggest that you include language that it very clearly and very strongly sets out what the public purpose is for this use of public funds. So this is clearly a use of public funds. It's clearly benefiting private people. I think the bill would withstand constitutional challenge if you include some language on what is that public purpose for the expenditure of public funds. I'm going to point out that there was an opinion of the justices of the Supreme Court in 1989 that clearly said the maintenance at taxpayer expense of privately owned roads would be an unconstitutional appropriation of public funds for the benefit of the private property owners. It's not often that I get to tell you there's a case on point, as we say. I think that this is clearly a strong indication that spending money in this way is likely could be subject to a challenge by other taxpayers. And I've also included an older opinion of the Attorney General, which talks more about the public's use of a road. So the more the public has been using the roads, the more likely it is you can say it's public funds for public purpose. But the general language in most of the cases that I was able to find is that this really, on its face, does not seem to be a use of public funds for a public purpose. So again, I think the solution is to discuss and include in the bill, if it moves forward, a robust, identify those public purposes. And so that, I believe, is the end of my analysis.
Okay, do we have is Senator Diamond here and other representatives from Wyndham here? And we should let them in?
Yes, I'll send them right in.
Yeah, everybody who's here on this bill should come in and.
All righty.
Good morning, Senator Diamond.
Good morning, Senator Baldacci. How are you and the committee? Thank you for having us.
Yep.
Did you want Tom Doak as well?
Anybody that's here on this bill, we might as well bring him in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is or not. That's why I'm
Oh,
checking.
I don't believe Suzanne Gresser would be here for this bill. I believe she's here for the next bill.
Oh, geez, she got in the way of my clicker. I will take her out. I was meaning to do this one. You'll see her coming up now.
Yeah, okay.
I think Mr. Doak is probably here on this bill since the other one is on.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
Okay. So while Cheryl's doing that, Representative Bryant, why don't do you want to give us any reaction to Lynn's presentation?
Well, I think she's pretty thorough. There's always been a question of the constitutionality, but my biggest concern is with the committee. They had some questions on what they'd like to see. Question on whether a town meeting would suffice or another method. And I'd like to hear that from maybe if Will Toole could come in from the other side and give us some thoughts of where he's at with this so far.
Representative Toole, did you want to make any comments?
Well, I think I will, but I think before we get to that, I think the best thing to do would be to the rest of the delegation to mull over what the analyst is cited for constitutional issues. I mean, I don't know if that really changes folks' complexion of the whole thing, but I'd like to hear that first.
Okay. Representative Matlack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, yes, I would also like to hear from the other folks, and perhaps Senator Diamond could articulate the issues that Lynn pointed out to us. What are the specifics of this special bill that would lead us to not believe that it is using public funds for private uses? Can he point to areas where we can put, as Lynn said, robust language in the bill that would clarify this.
Senator Diamond? You're on mute, sir.
Geez, I should know better than that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. Let me say first, we're happy to provide that information as briefly and efficiently as possible. But I want to say that we're here to look to guidance from the committee. I mean, truly, you folks deal with these sorts of things all the time, and the last thing we want to do is take a misstep. But having said that, we'd also like to make some progress with this if we can find a path to bring us into this whole area of trying to find a solution, because it really is something that needs to be addressed. Representative Bryant pointed out how one of the ways that we were hoping we could do this is through a town meeting, and if that's not sufficient, maybe there's another way we can do that. So I would just lay that before the committee. We do look to you for guidance. We're going to follow what you say, and we don't want to do something that's inappropriate, unconstitutional, or not fair to all sides considered. I think that the town manager probably would be able to respond. That's my first time of hearing Ms. Caswell's summary, and I appreciate that. But I suspect that probably the town manager, Barry Tibbetts, would have some direct questions or responses to that, and that may be the best place to start, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Tibbetts, good morning. You could just introduce yourself and then let us know your thoughts on the analysis we got.
Thank you very much, Senator Baldacci, and also co-chair Ann Matlick. Thank you and committee members for taking this time to discuss Wyndham's predicament again. I thought she did, Ann, your analyst did a great job really in summarizing it. For us, I think, when you're talking about how do you justify public funds on private property, my experience, we've always tried to keep town vehicles off private property. But in this case, Wyndham entered into agreements with residents 2 decades, 3 decades, almost 4 decades ago. And we have done something that, I wasn't here at the time, but Wyndham shouldn't have done, but it was intentionally trying to do the right thing. And those folks, those residents have come to receive that service, and the rest of the town folks have been, whether they're aware of it or not, shows up on our budget every year, and our budgets have been approved. So the ability to be able to, in some cases, put buses down these roads, in some cases, obviously for our fire and emergency services to get down there, but also just for general safety of traffic going down these roads in the wintertime, there is a purpose in that alone for public safety. And the precedent that we have established within the community, I understand the constitutionality of what your analysts raised. We shouldn't have been doing it, but we did. And to not continue that, I believe is a great disservice to our public. Okay. And I don't really want to kick the can down the road another 5 years or 2 years. I think, when there's a problem, in my experience, and I shared this before, I've been in government for 26 years in senior leadership. And when I've come across a problem, I would much rather address the problem instead of kicking it down the road, and let's solve it. Don't keep pushing it because it makes it too hard. But I'd also just, if you don't mind, Chairman, I'd like to just yield to our attorney, Kristen Collins, because I think she might be able to give you better language than what I can give you on the on how to word that document.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just had a question, Mr. Tibbetts, though. So I'm assuming the town gave some consideration to making these public roads or accepting them? Or that's not a consideration?
We did look at that, and these roads are maybe 20 feet wide, 12 feet wide. They're just, for us to bring those up to standards at the current cost of $300 to $400 per running foot over 35 miles is astronomical. It would literally kill us.
Okay. I just wanted to at least ask that question. Yeah. Ms. Collins, good morning. Can you shed some light on this issue for us?
Yes, thank you very much. So our first draft of this bill actually included 4 whereas clauses that established the public purpose for it. And that's sort of not to the reviser's standards, I understand. So they've been worked out at this point, but I think they could easily be worked back in to a purpose statement in the bill. And, you know, they reference, I could read them or I could just summarize, but to summarize, they reference the fact that the town has historically performed maintenance on these roads, that they comprise 42% of the total mileage of town maintained roads, that the practice has been maintained by agreement, and some cases by public easements, and that, you know, it's required the public or the residents on the road to bring the roads up to a basic standard, which serves the purposes of the town for general traffic circulation. And also, and importantly, that a significant majority of these roadways are within watersheds of endangered water bodies. So if we could incorporate those into a purpose statement, as your analyst said, I agree that it would pass constitutional muster, particularly if the committee is going to recommend an amendment that does require the town voters to approve this practice on an ongoing basis. So I think between the two things, that the fact that the courts would defer to the legislature, but the courts would also defer to the local legislature having voted to approve this, I think that would support the public purpose.
Okay.
But I think it's important to note that there are lots and lots of towns in this state that do plow private roads. They do it by public easement. And so they get a public easement over the roads, and that right there establishes the public purpose. And that is what the town did decades ago. They got public easements over these roads, or the majority of them. They just never recorded them. And it would be great to go out and try to do that now, except for that we have loads more residents on these roads. So to corral 100 people and get the documents we need, especially over a 1 to 3 year period of time, would be pretty difficult. So this would give us some security until we can get to that point at least.
Well, so how many people live on these roads roughly? Or how many homeowners? I guess how many homeowners or individuals are affected on these private roads?
So I'll defer to Mr. Tibbetts for the total number. It's not at the top of my mind, but I do know that there are several of these roads that have over 75 individual residents on them. And so in order to establish a new public easement on that road, we'd have to find all 75 people and get those documents secured, which would be a little bit of an administrative nightmare. Sometimes there are properties that have just been in the family and somebody pays the taxes but doesn't pay much attention to it. So it would be a bit of a hurdle if we had to go about it that way.
Mr. Tibbetts?
And we would also have to pay damages, likely.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'm trying to get to a solution. So, Mr. Tibbetts?
So direct abutters, Senator Baldacci, are 1,767, and that's not counting on a lot of these roads. There are offshoots of other private roads which we do not maintain, we do not plow, but there's sometimes 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 homes on these different roads. So the number is greater than the 1,700 is what I'm saying. But direct abutters who actually have frontage on that private road is 1,767.
And I'm assuming from the municipal standpoint that these are roads that the police though would drive down, the fire departments would drive down. So I mean, there is a public purpose there are public purposes that can be articulated for their uses, correct? And for them to be cleared in order to get to homes that may need fire or police protection, correct?
Yes, correct.
Representative Copeland, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is, if I may, through you, ask Mr. Tibbetts, how many agreements that were signed historically, how many residents did they affect, or how many streets did they affect versus all the add-ons? Because maybe there can be something worked out with some of the people are concerned.
Mr. Tibbetts, do you want to address that?
Yes, I can, Senator Baldacci. So I sent a summary of where we were at through Representative Bryant to him last night, and you'll look on, if you got a copy of that sheet, you'll see on the bottom of that is a matrix chart. And when this occurred over the last, going back 3 and 4 decades, it was roughly around 1,200 or so abutters. That abutters is now up to that 1776, and not counting the additional folks. So we had documentation on that first grouping. That's all expired, and now we've had additional homes come in, and existing homes that were in the original have now been, some of those have been sold and transferred. So we're starting from scratch. It's just the trying to bring that all into play, going 1-to-1 or even in small groups is going to be really challenging.
Okay. Any other, Representative Toole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's more for Lynn, and that is, having heard the explanation of why this warrants a public interest, do you believe that satisfies the constitutionality issues? I tend to think that it could, but I just want to be sure that before we proceed any further, that we're all generally on the same page there.
Lynn, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Toole. And I have to say, I feel for the town of Wyndham. I do not think that, my opinion is no, I do not think that the arguments that have been shared that the courts would agree that those are serving a public purpose. There was a case where the court said it's okay for a town to run a snowplow in front of an emergency vehicle. To me, that kind of clearly indicates that, yes, if there's an emergency, a town can take its town plows and plow in front of a fire truck or an ambulance. That leads me to conclude that ongoing plowing for the purpose of making sure the roads are passable in the case of an emergency wouldn't be found acceptable by the courts.
Okay.
And I will say that I just want to comment to Attorney Collins. There were whereas clauses, and they generally are disfavored. However, in this case, if the committee moves forward, I think whereas clauses are necessary.
Okay. Representative Greenwood, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Having heard Ms. Collins' thoughts on making it constitutional and then hearing Lynn's response, I would tend to agree with Lynn that I don't see the and I'm not a lawyer, but I don't see the public purpose being met here. Yeah, I mean, I'll just share in my community, what the town has done is we don't plow private properties. We actually offer in some of our subdivisions, there's a discount on your tax assessment, and maybe they could, use that discount to offset like a contractor to either plow the roads or the town to plow the roads. Just a thought. But I'd also like to get Ms. Manter's thoughts. She's dealt with private ways and public easements from main roadways, and I'd just like her to weigh in on maybe what she's heard from the bill analysis, and if she's had an opportunity to review the bill.
Okay. Ms. Manter? Ms. Manter, you're on mute.
There we are.
There we go.
And sorry, I apparently closed the document that I was looking at by mistake, and I was trying to find it.
That's all right.
I have mixed feelings on this. I think there are some very good things about it, but I also see some problems with it. And if you can give me just a minute here to find my document that I was looking at. Here we are. One suggestion that my husband had, which I think might be a very good suggestion, is make this temporary, say for 5 years, while we figure out what to do about it so that it can really be done right and satisfy all these constitutional questions. That would give time to maybe come up with a solution that works not only for the town of Wyndham, but for other towns that are having similar problems, although maybe not on as grand a scale. For example, I know the town of Acton has 25 roads that they voted on in 2010 and didn't come to a resolution, and they're still plowing these private roads. And they haven't come up with a solution for it. Some of the things that I think could be done, first of all, the things that I think are good about this, it's like I've said with discontinued roads, that when you're faced with several options and every one of them is unconstitutional, you have to pick the one that does the least damage. And we managed to do that with discontinued roads. We came up with a solution that does seem to be working so far. It's only had a few years trial, but it's showing some promise. So if we can figure out what does the least damage here, I think that's the way we want to go. This does fulfill a public need in some measure in providing access for fire and police protection. Towns have authority to bring a plow when there's a fire, but then it's too late. It's better to keep the fire lane open in case you need it. For example, when there's a sign that says no parking fire lane, that doesn't mean it's okay to park there as long as the building isn't actually on fire yet. They want to keep that open. This also fulfills a need to aid road associations so that they can devote their funds towards measures that will control erosion and runoff that contribute to non-point source pollution. So that helps preserve lake water quality, which is also a public need. So I think that could be mentioned.
Yeah.
It returns a value to residents on these roads in return for their tax dollar. This is one of the problems we've seen with situations like this, that people pay taxes and they get virtually nothing in return. So providing the winter maintenance does provide them a value for their tax dollar. Maybe we need a better definition of what is in the best interest of the town for fire and police protection. How do you define that? This does fulfill a need to aid road associations. Let's see, I think I already said that one. We've been suggesting minimum maintenance roads as a method of decreasing the cost to towns while still assuring access. And this bill would be another method of reaching that objective. The way minimum maintenance roads work, a lot of Midwestern states have them. And basically they have designations of roads that don't have to be kept to full town road standard, but they do have to be kept passable for a specific purpose. And they can designate them as farm roads or industrial roads or seasonal camp roads or recreational roads or residential roads. And residential roads in these states that have the minimum maintenance roads, they will not allow them to designate a residential road as a minimum maintenance road because their feeling is that if people live there, they have to be kept to a real standard, not just minimally maintained.
Okay.
But here in Maine, we allow towns to discontinue a road entirely and still have residents on it. Yeah. So minimum maintenance roads could kind of solve both of those problems, both for towns like Wyndham and for towns that have problems with discontinued roads.
I think that's a very good idea.
Thank
I
you.
don't think we can do it right now, but I think it's a good idea.
But as I said, if you could give this bill 5 years to see if it works and work out some other solutions, that might be one to look at.
Right.
I do like the idea of having a map prominently displayed. This is something we've been suggesting for years, that if each town had a map up on the wall that anybody could walk in and look at it and know what the status of a road is, that would solve a lot of digging around and saying, well, we don't really know where the records are, because it would be right there. Historically, many towns plowed private roads as a courtesy to their residents and taxpayers, and everyone thought that was the right thing to do. You keep your neighbor having access. 20 years of snow removal, in my opinion, shouldn't obligate a town to suddenly have to provide summer maintenance as well. But it does make sense that it obligates the town to continue snow removal.
Ms. Manser, I'm going to try to Ms. Mantor, I'm going to try to get, some of the legislators have questions, so I'm going to go to them right now. That's okay.
If I can just say one more thing here.
Sure.
There is one case from 1822, Todd versus the inhabitants of Rome, where the court said that use and acquiescence for 20 years and perhaps for a shorter period may be considered sufficient to give the town a right and subject them to the liability to repair a road. So
Okay.
it's a very old case, but there is that precedent back there.
Yeah.
I'd be
Okay, let
happy
me
to
go.
try to answer any questions you have.
I appreciate that very much. I will first, Representative Greenwood, you had your hand up. Do you want to say anything?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. And Representative Reisman, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The questions for the town manager. There's 101 roads that are private roads that are being maintained. How many miles is that?
34.92 miles.
And
Okay.
how much does it cost you to maintain those 30?
What we did was we took the current total cost, which I had my public works director develop. It works out to, I think, 5,403. I'd have to, I don't have that document right in front of me, but it's 5,000 and some odd dollars per mile.
Per mile. Per year?
Per year.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynn, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I may be just saying something that you all know, but I do want to remind the committee that last Friday you did vote to request a subcommittee on 1513, which was a bill on winter maintenance of discontinued roads.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tibbetts?
Just a suggestion concerning the public way justification. I'm thinking maybe if we add in some language under 4A3 that basically says, quotes, owners of all property benefited by the public way or road association with the right to do so have not within 2 years of the effective date of this act have not conveyed a public easement to the town over the private way. So in short, we would get a public way, we would get a public easement from the road association to traverse over this roadway, which would justify that first question of having a public easement, of having a public interest. You see what I'm?
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. The other thing, are there other questions or comments by members of the committee first? Representative Dorr?
Thank you, Senator. I asked this before, but I just want to ask again to be absolutely sure. Are you folks sending your school buses down these roads to pick up children?
On some roads, but not all.
But the roads they're going down, are they up to, they don't meet the standards that we're looking for?
Well, they're not built to town standards at this point. But they, you know, so it's in a lot of the private roads, we require the parents to bring, because the school does an evaluation, they require those children to come up to the end of the road, wherever that is, for the kids to be picked up. And if I just may add one other thing, when Ms. Mantor suggested about a map, we do have a map, and I can send that to you, of every single road identified within Wyndham that is currently being plowed, or I can display it on the screen if you want, which shows where these roads are really concentrated is really around our lakes, and this is part of that whole concern of ours from the public perspective was the protection of the water quality. We are what they call an MS4 community, which is a stormwater, a level of stormwater cleanliness, for the lack of best terms, and we have to maintain our environmental protection. Thank you, Senator. I got stumbled there. I guess I'm starting to show my age. So we that is a a big concern of ours. We're very proud of how we've tried to maintain our water quality, and in some of our standards that we've even set on setbacks for our rivers and lakes is greater than than what the state recommends, because we're that concerned about making sure our water quality is kept. And so this is a major concern on all these private roads also, is to have the right ditching and have the right protection for our lakes to keep those pollutants out of those areas.
Okay. And
All right,
Representative,
thank you.
oh, Representative Dor, did you have another question?
No, I just wanted to make sure they were that they were
School buses.
sending school buses down some of the roads. Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Thank you. Representative Tool?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So several things. First, I would like to remind folks, I mean, I know this is a Wyndham bill. This is all about Wyndham. It's not about other towns or minimum maintenance roads in other towns or creating a scenario in other towns like they have in Wyndham, which could be a real nightmare if we multiply it by 500 times. So I think we should tread very lightly and rule any of that out. Having said that, trying to figure a solution for Wyndham, I think it might be, if we weren't right down to the wire, it would be great to get some input from the Attorney General about the constitutional issue. I would like to see that before I really would like to see that before we proceed, because I think if we need to have some general agreement on whether that is going to be an issue before we can even talk about the tech mechanics of a referendum or a town meeting or anything else. And I wasn't expecting the constitutional stuff to be brought up. Then again, I'm not a lawyer, so there you have that. But I would just like to see something from the Attorney General. I know we'd have to come back on Wednesday to do it, but I would like to see it.
Well, I don't know if we're going to get something by Wednesday. Ms. Collins, what is your comment?
Thank you. I think I would love to see something from the Attorney General's office too, but I do worry about the timeline. Obviously, you've got two attorneys with different opinions, but my preferred way through that would be, given that we don't have a lot of time to affect next winter, to put in that amendment that Mr. Tibbetts suggested to section 4A, which would say, these all have to become public ways in a period of time, a limited period of time, or else the maintenance has to stop, coupled with the requirement to send it to the voters at town meeting, which would mean that the town has blessed it and agrees that there's a public benefit for it.
Right. I also think that the language needs to include an exhaustive list of the public interests at stake, because I think that these a number of homeowners, if their house is on fire, they're going to want a fire truck being able to get there, or if they need the police, they're going to want police to have access. So in addition to the environmental protection and the school buses, so I think receive those ideas. And I think it's incumbent on this committee to try to help Wyndham find a solution. So I would move ought to pass with the two amendments that Ms. Collins mentioned on this bill. And Representative Bryant, do you have a second? You're on mute, so.
I would like to request a caucus.
Okay. Then we'll have a caucus.
Second that.
Okay, so it is 9:50. How long of a caucus would you like, Representative Bryant?
Gonna need probably 20 minutes.
Okay.
And I would say until we're back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll see you all in a few minutes. See you all in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
And if I could let all the Republicans know, we'll be jumping on our Zoom, on our link. soon as I get it going.
Well,
Yes,
can you include Patrick Corey in your caucus?
I can, yes. I
Can you
can do
send them
that.
the link, send them the link, whatever you have, and that might be helpful to you and to Wyndham.
I will do that. I will probably have to put him on phone conference, but
That'd be fine.
yeah,
Thank you,
I'll
Will.
do- Yeah,
Okay, I'm just waiting for Representative Tool and Representative Copeland. Oh, and Representative Bryant and Representative Wright. There we go.
I think Representative Tool may be talking with Representative Bryant.
Was the representative from Wyndham, is he here? Does he wish to join us?
What is his name, sir?
Representative Corey?
Yeah, Patrick Court.
No.
Okay. Representative Tool, hello.
Hi, I was just talking with Representative Bryant, so apologies for being a little bit late.
No problem. I'm just waiting for Representative Bryant.
Uh-oh. He'll be back in just a second.
Wow, 10:30.
Sorry about that. I was trying to make you a co-host and I deleted you. Oh, my word.
It's a Monday. It's a Monday.
Cheryl, I think Cheryl's just sending me a message. Okay, Bryant's here? Okay, I think we're waiting for him.
Yeah, we kind of need him.
Well, I think he'll probably join us in a few minutes. Before we, I'm going to hold back my motion.
But I don't see Representative Copeland, and I understand that she had some questions that she wanted
Right.
to bring up. So I'm not sure where she is right now, but she
Should
did
we
have
just-
some questions.
Should we just extend our break another 10 minutes until people are back? Just because
Sounds
I
good.
think it's really important to do that.
Right.
Okay, so we'll see you here at 10:30.
Representative Brian, we're on another break till 10:30.
And before you leave, this Representative Tool, and before you leave, we just wanted to make sure everybody was back and had all our questions answered.
Representative Copeland, we're on another break till 10:30. We wanted to make sure everybody was back. So we were giving you guys plenty of time to get back. Sorry.
Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
Okay, looks like we're all back. Representative Copeland, are you there? Representative Copeland? Okay, Representative Matlack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the issue of Wyndham having had these practices for the past 30 years or so, and the idea that within the next 2 years, they would rectify as much of this as possible. If we give them this special bill with a deadline of 2 years to fix most of the problems that they have brought to us. And it's not as if it was something that we had to go looking for, or residents of their community were concerned about. I think that we should move forward with this bill rather than drag it out much longer, because I don't think there's much information that we could get from any other entity that would cause us to change our mind about we need to find ways for Wyndham to fix their problem. Giving them 2 years is the best option that we have. They have been plowing these roads. They have been driving school buses down specific roads that the school district apparently thinks are appropriate. The emergency vehicles have been going down there, and while yes, there have been incidents, I think there are incidents on paved roads that are maintained by the town. I know that there was an incident at the end of the private road I live on where a vehicle went off of the road. An emergency vehicle went off the side of the road responding to a fire. And that was a road that's maintained by the town. It's paved, it's ditched, there are culverts and everything involved with it. So I think that Wyndham is not being nonchalant about these roads, that they are used and that they are, if they are safe to pass on. And I think that we should move forward with this bill rather than worrying over it any further. I like the idea of a special town meeting if that's what their charter calls for. I'm not sure we could get to a referendum, but they could have a special town meeting, and those there could vote by referendum, by secret ballot, rather than raising their hands. So I think requiring that is a good step forward. But I would think that we should just move forward with this bill, because I think that any further information that we get or request and delay on this bill is just going to reinforce what we already know.
Okay, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Chair Matlack that 2 years, setting a 2-year limit to when something concrete happens, that in terms of they either get waivers to, or easements, public easements to go over the roads. I'm not convinced that everybody wants their road to have a public easement, but I think the people have to be heard. I am very concerned about school buses on the road. And I would like to have, an opinion on that from the policeman. And I'd like to have word from the fire chief that it's okay to go down those roads with their very expensive equipment. Because if one of those pieces of equipment go off, I mean, that's less for the entire town. So I think that's a significant concern. I think public input is imperative. I mean, just doing what's easy for the town is not necessarily what's good for the town. And I know that it's a big problem. I understand the depth of it, of getting hold of people, of getting people to have consensus. I understand all that, but there's no quick fix to it. So, to give you 2 years time to fix this, that I know you just landed in, and I totally appreciate that. And honestly, the fact that you're saying, hey, something's wrong here, we got to fix it. We want to support that. We want to support you in that. So that's really important. But it's, the other things are important. Safety, people having their voice heard. So that's where I'm at. And I'd like to have, in addition, let me not forget this very important point. The DEP, I think we need someone to weigh in with facts about the erosion. So to my mind, and I'm no expert, I think that the roads should come up to whatever spec, and I understand that you have a minimum spec or whatever, but something that deals with the ditches and culverts and erosion. We all want the water to be, clear and safe. So I don't think we should ignore that. That's an important feature as well.
Okay,
And that's where I'm at.
thank you. Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that we need to give the town a period of time to for lack of a better term, with immunity from liability. I think the town is trying to solve the situation and can probably do so better than we can with our assistance, but that assistance can't be a blanket never-ending assistance, as others have mentioned. And support 2 years, I prefer 1, because I think if 1 year of immunity to June of next year would show that the town would have a period of time to start down that process of whichever avenue they pursue, whichever other avenue they pursue, whether it's a town meeting, referendum.
Representative Tool, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So if, are you saying you're agreeable to 2 years or not agreeable to 2 years?
I'm agreeable to 2, but I would prefer 1. I think it would give the town time to work through this over the next few months, get them through next winter. If they needed a bill for an extension next year to go another year, I could support that then, but we would then get to see where they're at with things. So we're not actually, so there's some responsibility on their part to work out their situation however they see fit, but we're not giving them a longer period of time. And at the end of it, if 2 years is what it's going to have to take to get through, I guess I could go there. But honestly, I think Representative Matlack is right. We need to help them out the best we can and sort this whole thing out. And the biggest thing is making sure they're free of liability to do that.
Okay. And Representative Copeland, you have your hand up again.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like what Representative Tool is saying with a check-in after 1 year. So why don't we do a 2-year deadline, as it were, with a 1-year check-in, so that we don't have to go through the whole bill process again. We'll just streamline it to, we want to hear how is it going.
We want to report back in a year.
A report back in a year. Yes.
Okay, Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be opposing any sort of extension of time on this. This has been going on for years and years, and ignorance of the law doesn't make it correct. So I really appreciate the position they're in, but I think the Supreme Court, the Maine Supreme Court, and the Attorney General both agree that we should not be expending taxpayer money for private roads. And this is certainly another case of that. And once you set that precedent, it opens it up for many of the other towns in the region who want to do the same thing. This is a dangerous, slippery slope we're going down here. And I believe there are things that the town of Wyndham can do in the short term to mitigate the problem until we can sort this out on both that town level and a state level.
Okay. Okay. Representative Bryant.
Yeah, thank you. And before they get any real motion, I'd like to check with Lynn to see what additions would need to be in that to make that clear for some of the things that were brought up.
You mean in terms of the 2-year limit?
Or yeah, and what's inside that? There was some addition she suggested that we might want to modify, and I want to make sure those modifiers are in there for
Okay,
clarity.
just to recap where we were before we left, I made a motion of ought to pass as amended based on the amendments that the city manager had provided. So Lynn, could you answer Representative Bryant's question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can explain what your amendment proposals were, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if they all go together, but what you proposed was to adopt what Attorney Collins discussed, which is that the town is allowed to plow the roads for a period of time, and that they either needed to become a public way or maintenance would stop, and that a town meeting process needed to be followed. There were also discussion, I believe, in your amendment to add on those whereas clauses that would identify what the public purpose would be for public funds. And I identified school buses going down these roads, wanting to protect the integrity of water bodies, and emergency
Public
vehicles.
safety.
Public safety emergency vehicles, yes.
Right. Okay, and then I think that the additional amendment is that the special law resolve will expire in 24 months.
Could I follow up, Mr. Senator? I
Yes.
just want to make sure that we actually have a second on your bill. I'm not sure if I cut you off.
No, there's not a second yet. So.
Okay, so I want to make sure Will has a chance to speak to that. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Toole, and then Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, no, I think we need to keep this simple and keep the whole question of a town meeting or a referendum, keep all of that out of it, give the town the flexibility to solve the issue, and just say, you've got until June 30th. I guess if we're going to go, I'm willing to go 2 years, let's say 2 years. So in the next 2 years, the town figures it out. They report back to this committee by January 15th of next year what they have done and where they're at. We don't get into all of this other stuff about town meetings or no town meetings or some of these other minute details that they can sort out on their own. They just need, so that would be my motion, is to just give them the 2 years.
Well, let me hear from Representative Greenwood first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was along the same lines as Representative Toole was, keeping it simple, just, what was just announced by Lynn as possible language. I guess I wouldn't be supporting that.
Okay. So if I am, I'll hear from, I can obviously change, but I would change my motion to be in keeping with what I've heard, which is, so the original bill with the only amendment being that it expires in 24 months would be my, I think that's what the interest is. But Kristen Collins, you want to weigh in?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that if the bill sunsets in 2 years, we probably no longer need what's in section 4A about the homeowners having to form a road association in 2 years, et cetera.
I think the committee wants to, unless the committee wants to strike that, I think we want to take the bill the way it is, have a sunset of 2 years, and a report back in 12 months and make some determinations as to where we are. Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would request that we would ask the Attorney General for an opinion on public purpose. And limited our question to that. If it's public
I have to step off. I have to go to another meeting. So I'm going to ask Representative Matlack to take over, and then I will come back as soon as that other meeting's over. Thank you, Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I continue my comment?
Yes, you may, sir.
Okay. I would ask that we get the Attorney General to give us an opinion on the issue of public purpose and limit it to that. if the Attorney General says there's a public purpose in all this, then that changes how it looks. If they say it doesn't, we're trying to pass a law that is contrary to the Constitution of the state of Maine. I have a real problem.
Thank you. Representative Tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, the motion would be that we leave the bill, that we basically give the town until June 30th, 2023 to sort this whole thing out. If that mechanically means the bill as is with a sunset of 2 years, I would rather just leave the bill alone. It will take, the town will sort it out however they so choose, but that the report back would be February 1st or February 15th, whichever is workable for Lynn, that there be a report back or a status update as to where things are at in February of next year, because I dearly hope we're not here in June of next year.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Ms.
that's a motion.
Collins? Thank you. Ms. Collins, you had a question or comment?
Sorry, I just didn't lower my hand. I will do so
Thank
now.
you. No, Representative Greenwood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd just like to state, my preference would be for 1 year, that it just be an extension, of immunity for them to deal with the situation, and not going with the whole bill, but just literally rewriting the bill, giving them a special public law to extend immunity for until June 30th. And then if by, March, a special bill is needed, Representative Bryant, Representative Corey, Senator Diamond could put in another bill for special language to the presiding officers as an emergency, and we could deal with it then. But my preference is just simple, give them extension of 1 year to deal with the situation that they just became aware of, and that's it.
Thank you. I think 1 year is too short. I think that what we're talking here is about, more than 40% of their roads, 1,767 residences. I think that 1 year, 1 year from today doesn't seem like it would be sufficient time to actually take care of the issue or to even get a good grip on what's going on. Representative Greenwood?
Yeah, just to follow up, then in that case, if it can't be sorted out in a year, they have the opportunity to come back and put another bill in. But agreeing with Representative Reisman, this is still going against the Constitution of spending spending public tax dollars on a private road. I can't support 2 years. I can give them a year to sort it out of immunity, but I can't go any further than that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bryant?
I think we need to, if we could, speak with the town manager and see what sorted out means. Without the language right now is what they're saying they want to sort it out. What does sorted out mean, and what does giving them a year do for them? It would be important to me to hear.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts, what could you accomplish in a year?
That's a great question. 2 years, I really.
You're a little bit, excuse me, sir, you're a little bit soft.
Oh, I apologize. Let me turn my volume up higher. 1 year would be really difficult to accomplish all of this work. If I had 2 years, I think I could get it all. I could get it done. I think I could come back in 1 year and I could have a really good summary of all the different folks that we've contacted and if there's anyone who's opposed to this. I think I can vet that out. I can detail it a little bit better for you. But within 2 years, and if all goes well, maybe one, but within 2, I can definitely accomplish everything we need to do to get these folks in line with setting up their road associations and getting them to an agreement of public access across their road, so it further meets that public test. I would request 2 years. I realize I'm asking a lot, but I run a town. I got a multitude of other issues, and I'm just what I'm doing is I'm picking up. This is not a 10-pound weight. This is a 500-pound weight. 1,767 homes. I gotta talk to people. It's a lot. So the additional time would be a real blessing and savior. And my wife would certainly appreciate it because that means I could be home on the weekends.
Gotcha. Representative Tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reality of this bill is it's an emergency bill. It's got to take 2/3. If we don't get a unanimous or near unanimous vote on it, it will probably die and everybody will be back to square one. So while I certainly appreciate the 2 years and I have no problem with it myself, I want to put this in the best position possible to get that 2/3 and to get this moving along. I know it's a tall order. I know I dearly want to see the town proceed with this, but I think if things can be done, if the town can do pretty much what it's outlined in the bill as much as possible in a year, and another bill is necessary at that time, I didn't have no problem even putting in the language that we could report out another bill based on their report if folks want to do that, so that we're guaranteed that we have a second extension if they really need it. But I just think Representative Reisman is not wrong, nor is Representative Greenwood, and I want to see this pass and I want to see it get through with as close to unanimous as possible. So I think the people of Wyndham deserve that. So they didn't ask to be in this situation. So I think 1 year is probably best for now with the other caveats.
Okay, and Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I could suggest, I don't call it a friendly amendment, but I would like to see something added to the bill that requires an opinion from the Attorney General's office that the situation in Wyndham is considered public purpose, what we're trying to accomplish. And if we were to get a favorable opinion for that, then I would change my mind.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that. You're sort of drifted away.
If we get a favorable opinion from the Attorney General's office that the conditions in Wyndham are typically for public purpose, what we're trying to accomplish, then I could be changing my mind on this.
Okay. So if at the end, part of what you are suggesting as an amendment is that at the end of the year, we have an assessment by the Attorney General's office as to whether or not the town of Wyndham is is beginning to or has come to the point where what they're doing is the plowing and the sanding and so forth is a public purpose rather than a private purpose.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn. You have a
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that the committee understands you can ask the Attorney General's office to provide opinion, but you can't require them. So you can put it in the bill. Just want to make sure you understand that distinction.
Right. Yes. Thank you. So Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, could we require a report from the Attorney General as part of when this comes back next February? Could we require a report back of them that they weigh in on where things are at as of that time? Or you get where I'm trying to go with this, I hope.
Lynn, that is still the same thing, no? That it was.
I believe so. I believe the Attorney General, even though they're not a separate branch as an executive, judicial, and legislative, I'm not aware that the legislature has ever required a report from the Attorney General. So I'm not sure that that's legal.
Okay, but we could still ask them next year when we take this up again, as it sounds like we're going to do, we could ask them to attend and participate.
Absolutely. And you can ask them in the bill to work on an opinion if you want, to work on that question starting now so that it's ready. Never hurts to ask.
Okay.
Pardon me? Okay. Is that acceptable, Representative Toole?
Yeah, if it's fine with Representatives Greenwood and Reisman, it's fine with me.
Okay, so 1 year the town comes back to the committee with a report on the extent of the work they've been able to accomplish in between now and next February 15th. That we ask the Attorney General to examine the issue and, if possible, give us a report about on or about February 15 as to whether or not this is approaching a public benefit. Representative Bryant?
Thank you. And that includes also the ability to put out a bill for any corrections we want. I just want to make sure
Right.
that's it.
Right,
That is
and
correct.
the ability of the state and local government to have an opinion about whether the work should be continued for another year.
Yeah.
Okay,
And to be clear, the 1 year would be June 30th, 2022. So it would sunset, the whole thing would sunset if no action is taken. The whole thing would sunset June 30th,
Right.
2022.
Representative Bryant? Or you set? I think you're on mute, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Just the 1 year, I was concerned about the time limit 1 year, but you meant to the end of this, to the sunset is what you were saying,
Right,
right?
the sunset would be June 30th of next year, but the report back would be February to see whether or not the committee should be extending the sunset for 1 more year. How is that? Is that what everybody has been asked, is agreeing to? Representative Greenwood?
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still would like the information from the fire chief, the police chief, and the DEP.
I think we could ask that it be included in the report back to the committee next year. A report from the municipal folks about the conditions of the roads and so forth. That could be part of what we're asking.
If it includes a report from the police chief and the fire chief and the DEP, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can you just let me know what is pending right now before the committee?
Oh, certainly. I can, why don't we ask Lynn if she has understood where we're going. What we're talking about, Senator, is a 1 year term. There will be a report back in the middle of February with regard to how Wyndham has been progressing in their efforts. The current bill will sunset in 1 year. In February, we will ask that the Attorney General report to us. Whether or not they do is up to them. We will also ask that the Wyndham municipal folks, the EMS, the police, the school, and also the state DEP talk to us about what Wyndham's efforts along the roads mean. And then we've given ourselves the opportunity to extend the sunset for 1 year. If it looks like Wyndham is working diligently on efforts to remedy this issue.
Okay, great. Great.
And there would be a report, there would be the opportunity to report out a bill next year.
Right.
And the sunset would be June 30th of 2022 if no action is taken.
Correct. Lynn, is that about right?
That's correct. The only other thing I have is an emergency preamble
Okay.
and adding in those whereas clauses. But
Great.
yes, that's all I have on my list.
Is there a
Okay.
motion on the table?
No, we were just getting there. Representative Copeland, you had a question?
Yes, I haven't seen those whereas clauses. So if we're agreeing to them, I'd like to see them first.
We can see them at amendment review.
Okay.
Yep.
Very
So,
good.
that's how we generally do things when we talk about them here. Lynn will polish up our words, and at amendment review, we will pass judgment on whether it's meeting what we had intended. Okay. Representative Greenwood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Representative Toole's question, I was curious to see how Representative Reisman's opinions are on this, because he did indicated that he was concerned with some of the constitutional, but I just trying to get to if we're at the point of a unanimous report.
Representative Reisman, are you comfortable with what we're suggesting here?
I'm squirmish, but I'm trying to make for a unanimous report here, so I would go along with it, and when we get to next year, take another look at it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So we have an amended bill. So I don't believe that when Senator Baldacci made the original motion, there was a second. Do we have a motion on the current item, Representative Toole?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for the current amendment at Lynn has outlined, that the group of us have outlined, Lynn and the group of us. So I'll make that motion.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there any further discussion of this bill? Seeing none. Cheryl, if you could call the roll, that would be great.
LD 1723 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Baldacci, yes. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 12 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much for working so diligently on this. And thank you to the folks from Wyndham for coming and helping us make this work. I truly appreciate the effort that the committee put in to make this a unanimous report. Mr. Tibbetts. Yeah, I can't hear you, sir.
Just wanted to say thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Thank you. And Senator Baldacci, I turn it back to you. We have one more bill to take up this morning.
Right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. LD 1671. Lynn. Is Representative Gramlich here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see, I think for this bill, Lieutenant Elliott is in the waiting room. You asked that Suzanne Gresher come to give a history and on what has happened regarding what the Legislative Council has done regarding this bill. So this is LD 1671, which is a resolve to implement security screening in the State House and Capitol area offices. You did have a work session on this bill already, so I am not going to reshare my bill analysis. But this bill basically requires that there be security screening implemented in both the State House and the Capitol building, limiting the number of people, limiting the number of public entrances, requiring individuals entering either building to be screened, fast tracking certain individuals for entry into the building. It directs the Legislative Council to adopt rules that correspond or that follow what the security is as set out in the bill. You did ask questions about the history and what of the security initiatives that the Legislative Council has looked into. I sent you an update to the report, so you'll remember the Facilities Committee or Commission, I'm not sure what it's called, did have a report in February of 2020 on options for security in the two buildings. There was an update that Suzanne sent to me and I sent to you this morning. I didn't have a chance to read it, so I can't speak to it, but I believe that Lieutenant Elliott can speak to that, or Suzanne. But Suzanne is here, as I said, just to tell you what the Legislative Council has done and how what they are considering at the current time.
Okay.
Oh,
Lieutenant
wait,
Elliott?
I forgot that you tabled this bill. So there needs to be a motion to take it off the table before you can continue discussing.
Representative Matlack.
I make a motion to remove this bill from the table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, it's unanimous of those present. Okay, Lieutenant Elliott, good morning. Suzanne Gresser, good morning. Lieutenant or Suzanne, who wants to go first? Ms. Gresser, do you want to go first and tell us about, you sent us a memo this morning. I haven't had a chance to read it either. So
perhaps Lynn, the memo that was sent to the, no? Okay.
I believe, Senator Baldacci, that it was the update to the February 2020 report. I sent
Okay.
you that. It came from Suzanne and I forwarded it to the committee.
Oh, okay. So do you, I don't think we've had a chance to fully read that. So could you kind of summarize that, either Lieutenant Elliott or Ms. Gresser?
So just Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlack, thank you, members of the committee. I'm happy to provide some information, even though my tenure in this position doesn't go that far back, but I've done a little research. So I hope to be able to answer any questions that you have. I know that in the 129th legislative session, the Legislative Council, specifically the State House Facilities Committee, took up the issue of security in Cross a couple of times. They asked then Chief Govan to come up with a report in which he outlined some possibilities. That's the report that was dated, I think it was prepared February 14th, 2020, and it was presented to the Legislative Council, I think, on February 20th, 2020. In response to that report, additional discussions occurred. Then Representative Ryan Fecteau suggested another option that included a different orientation for single security screening. That would be from the east entrance. And Chief Govan then updated his report incorporating those possibilities. But all of this was done as sort of preliminary ideas for the notion of security. And the possibilities, as I think Lieutenant Elliott outlined last time you took this up, ranged, there was a range of possibilities that were presented. In a perfect world, the full council of the 129th would have taken it up. They did not, because soon after February 20th, everyone went home.
Right. Lieutenant Elliott, is there anything you want to add to what Ms. Gresser had said?
No, I think that's accurate as far as the Facilities Committee and the Legislative Council.
Okay, and welcome Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you all for having me. I'm sorry, I was toggling between a couple other committees like everybody, so pardon my tardiness.
No problem. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I appreciate the reports that we've received to this point. My question for Ms. Gresser is, does the Ledge Council of the 130th, has there been any preliminary or surface discussion about picking this back up again over the next 6 months? I mean, I know there was quite a discussion last week about transitioning into the next session. So I don't know if security will be a part of that discussion. And if a bill, if Ledge Council is going to be taking some action, I wonder whether a bill is necessary. If the goal of the bill is to nudge Ledge Council.
So is that a question?
Yes, that is a question.
Okay, Ms. Gresser, could you answer that question?
The State House Facilities Committee has not taken up the issue of security. I think that the efforts and energy of the council have been focused on dealing with the unusual events that we are all dealing with. So we have not, the council has not taken up the issue of security.
Okay.
Is it-
Representative Gramlich, I'll get back to you, Representative Tool. Representative Gramlich, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Gressner might have addressed it, but maybe we can get some clarity. I'm just simply curious. I don't mean to overstep my bounds as the sponsor, but can we get some clarity on whose responsibility safety at Cross? Does it come under the jurisdiction of Legislative Council to address safety at Cross, or does that come under another jurisdiction?
Suzanne, can you answer that?
So the Cross Office building is governed by the executive branch, as opposed to the legislative branch. We have some space that we use in Cross in the same way that the executive branch has some space they use in the Capitol. That's the governor's office and the governor's offices. But I think that the responsibility for security, and Lieutenant Elliott, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the responsibility for Cross is generally with the executive branch.
Okay. Lynn, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm hoping this is a good segue. Part of the discussion when the Department of Administrative and Financial Services came and did their budget discussion was the fact, were questions to the commissioner regarding the executive branch plans for security in the Cross building, and the department asked that someone be present, and I forgot to identify that Anya Chundy from DAS is in the waiting area, and she is aware that this committee may have questions on the executive branch plans, at least from DAS. I'm sure Lieutenant Elliott may also know more executive branch plans.
Thank you. We did have a meeting the other morning between Elaine Clark, who's the Deputy Commissioner of DAFS, and Suzanne and Commissioner Sawchuk and myself to discuss what we could do for security, what we could do to address your concerns for security for the Cross building. And at that time, Elaine Clark did pledge. The fact is that this really needs to be studied, how best to implement that screening here at the Cross in the long term. And we did have a study of security done by a company, a licensed security professional company, do a study for the Blaine House around security. I think it was the year before last. And the suggestion by the Deputy Commissioner was that we do the same for the Capitol complex, for the Cross building and the State House. And because although I can certainly make plans for responding to things and all of that, I'm not a security facilities expert. And there are people out there that just do that. So she suggested they would be willing to fund a study, a security analysis of the buildings and determine how best to approach screening in the long term. Whether it would be adding additions to the building to do that in, or taking, architectural changes to rooms, or how that would happen. But the executive branch did say they were willing to do that, and definitely supported the idea of screening here in the Cross, as I think we all agree. That's an important thing, and want to see it happen. We just want to make sure it's done the right way.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Any questions for Anya or Suzanne or Lieutenant? Representative Paulus? And then Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, I'm glad to hear that they're talking about having a study. Was there any talk about like a timeline? I think is that a study that they think they can get funded and put out a bid or something in the near future to get started? I'm just curious about the timeline, if that was
Yeah, I don't mean to speak for the deputy commissioner, but she said that she would get right on it, actually. But that it would take time and she would hope to have something by January that we could look at. But that would be if the company really made a push to, I know when they came here for the Blaine House, it was quite an extensive process. They interviewed a lot of people. I went to a lot of meetings on that. But she did indicate that she would certainly reach out to them and see what kind of, how fast they could do that.
Okay. Representative Dorr, you were next. You're on mute.
Thank you, Senator. I guess my question would be, well, first, let me make a statement. As a retired state employee, I worked in a secured building, and you can only get in with your card. You actually had to scan it to get into the building, and there were approximately 300 of us that worked in that building. So I guess I'd like to know, and maybe the lieutenant could answer this, have we had any incidents in the cross building where we, had to remove people, or someone's come in upset about whatever? And because I'm concerned right now, the way it is, there's not enough safety in there for whether we're in a session or not for our employees.
Right. We're pretty fortunate here in state government. We've been pretty safe. That doesn't mean, we live in a day and age when those things happen, and doesn't mean that we can be complacent to that. Certainly, I can pledge that during the next session, and we do try to be seen on the second floor. We try to pop into committees, but to make that a priority, much like we did after during the inauguration. For that week or so period, during that time, we actually had our officers eating their lunch at the kiosk on the second floor, taking their breaks at the kiosk, being seen in that area more. We certainly can make that pledge moving into the next session. We also can make the pledge to, if we have something that we know is going to be controversial, or something when we have a raised concern, to possibly do some screening for individual committee room where that hearing might be held, maybe putting a walkthrough outside the door of that room and doing some hand wanding of people that attend that committee meeting, if we have something that's really a hotbed issue that we're concerned about. But no, it's a pretty safe building overall. Doesn't mean I don't have heartburn with the public being able to walk into that first floor and that second floor without going through any kind of a locked door or anything. I do. I'll be honest with you. My guys do. We're lucky the upper levels are secure. They're secure from the lobby. To leave the lobby, you got to go through another door. But yeah, we can certainly pledge to give that more coverage in the meantime. That's what we can do with existing resources. To do anything more would be a pretty significant fiscal note.
Okay. And we want to welcome Representative Paulus's son to the committee meeting as well. Nice to see you. Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't see Mr. Paulus's son. Oh, there he is. Good,
Yeah.
good.
What's his name, Representative Paulus?
His name's Ethan.
Hey, Ethan, welcome to the State and Local Government Committee. Hope you have a good time. Representative Copeland.
You can talk to him?
Oh, no wonder if you love it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There have been studies at Cross, and I don't know that enough has been implemented. We do live in different times, scary times, and things do happen at state capitals. We did have that guy from January 6th in our building, and that's just frightening beyond all. We heard testimony from Representative Meyer that was bone chilling. And these are not things to be ignored or to put off or studied further. Having the security presence is good. I don't think anybody could deny that, but it's not enough. I think that we need to do something in the interim. I absolutely agree that there should be facilities, security people looking at this for the long term. But we need something immediately. I mean, we're all going to be sitting there. There's going to be all of our staff are going to be there. You know, June 2nd, a lot of people are going to be there. Some for the first time, some flexing their muscles. I really think something needs to be done before June 2nd. I mean, like right now. You know, there are a lot of staff there from all over the, you know, the government, the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the community in between. So I think we need to do, my question is, what do now before the study, this new study comes back out?
Well, I think, I don't know if anybody wants to address that, but I think that's why we have this bill. But does anybody wish to address it? Representative Gramlich?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Representative Copeland. I really sincerely appreciate the energy that you have around the urgency of this. I couldn't agree more, which is why I actually, as Senator Badashi said, submitted the bill. But I'm also a realist. And as much as I would love to see our security enhanced at Cross as soon as possible, I'm not certain how realistic that might be between now and June 2nd, which is only a week away. I think with respect, if I may, Senator, and I appreciate your indulgence, I've been sitting in on your work sessions. Thank you for inviting me. And the work that I've done in advance of submitting the legislation, I think we're all well aware that this is a pretty ambitious undertaking. However, I wouldn't want the enormity of the task to overshadow the urgency of the need. And the urgency of the need is to make sure that we have safety mechanisms in place at Cross. And again, I know I'm being redundant, but it's not just for legislators. We have a citizen legislature, and we have people throughout the state of Maine, from Kittery to Fort Kent, if they're able to, coming into the People's House and the People's Building, where we do 9 committees do the lion's share of our work. And not only are we as legislators vulnerable, as Representative Meyer indicated in her testimony, we're putting the public at risk every single time. And while we're fortunate not to have had major incidents of known violence, we can't take anything for granted. We've heard over and over again, just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it won't. And I would hate to be looking at something in hindsight saying, I wish we would have.
Right. And I think it's a good reminder that the events of January 6th are not that remote from us. Not only are there some people that have been indicted from the state of Maine, and there's many people from Maine who were at that rally. The person, one of my opponents from last year bragged on social media that he was down there until a reporter got a hold of it, and he was trying to tell people it was a peaceful demonstration, which clearly was a horrific act of treason in addition to other things. And he's nowhere to be heard of at this point because he's deleted all the social media after a reporter got a hold of it. But he had bragged about how peaceful it was. It was not peaceful. There were people that died there. No one expected the capital of the United States of America to be attacked like that. It didn't even happen during the Civil War. And the fact that it happened here is shameful. Representative Matlack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was wondering if we might hear from Ms. Trundy from DAFS about, I know we will be talking with DAFS a little bit later on with regard to the budget, but I was wondering if she might have some information about what the executive branch is thinking about in the way of security for the Cross building.
Sure.
I actually don't have considerably more to add than what Lieutenant Elliott already outlined, I think the big thing for us is just that this is a hyper technical area. And so we do feel like it's something that we do need to hire out a consultant for who has a specialty in this area to do a study and come back to us with a design for what modifications are necessary. But that is absolutely something that we are willing to prioritize immediately. And if the funding in the budget for building maintenance comes through, then we should have no problem with that financially.
Okay, Representative Matlack, do you have your hand up?
Yes, just a quick follow-up, if I might. I was wondering what sort of a timeline? Do you have any idea about timelines, or is this something we should ask Ms. Clark this afternoon about whether or not you have an idea of, should the budget go through, when you would go out for out on this, an RFP for this project, and what sort of a timeline there would be for coming back with a report to DAFS?
I don't think that we have a timeline at this point, but I mean, we'd move it as fast as possible, as fast as we could get an RFP out on the street and get somebody, get the bids in and then get somebody under contract for it.
Thank you very much.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Trundy, for your attention to this. I mean, I think we all do agree it's an important thing to be thinking about and looking at and moving forward with. But given that you do have plans, you are looking at moving forward as part of the budget process, do you see a need for this legislation, or do you think we should address it there?
Do you want to opine on that, or leave it to the committee's job to decide whether we need legislation?
I mean, I would leave that up to the committee. I think that we see it as a priority no matter what, but I think whether legislation is necessary and you want to outline exactly how you would like us to implement that, I'll leave that up to you guys. But if you are going to move forward with legislation, I would recommend us adding language specific to a study.
Okay. Any other questions or comments by members of the committee? Ms. Trundy, what specific language, I'm sure you could write up some language. What specific language would you like to see?
Just I think a third section to the legislation that would just charge DAFs with conducting a study.
Oh, okay.
Around the state houses and the cross building security. Yeah.
And the state house in general, I mean, the grounds and the Capitol grounds in general, or just the state house?
Yes. I mean, I think my understanding is that when we look at this, we're going to be looking at them in combination and how the two buildings function together and trying to come up with a solution that addresses the security of both of them.
Okay. Representative Matlack, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Senator. I would like to proceed with this bill. I would like to make a motion that ought to pass as amended. And I'm thinking about timelines for when we would be looking at this, but perhaps I haven't quite looked at the bill recently. So I was wondering if there was a report back mechanism that we could put in there and have the Ledge Council and also DAFS report back to us in January as to where they are in going out to bid with an RFP, and when they would come back with responses and how long it would take to implement the recommendations. So if we could have that, I would make that motion.
Okay, that would be another amendment because it needs to be added. Is there a second by Representative Dorr? Second. Good. Any further questions or comments? Lynn, did you want to? Oh, I'm sorry. First of all, Representative Copeland, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm again going to speak about the emergency piece of this, that we really need something, and I'm concerned about the timeline. can we put something in the RFP that requires, a short-term something? And put time parameters on it, so it doesn't become like another, year-long study. We need action on this sooner rather than later.
Okay. I would note that it's an emergency bill, so that it will become effective immediately. So it will be law essentially immediately. Senator Rosen, you have your hand up.
Well, if we needed a short-term solution, we could funnel people through the State House through security, lock all the other doors in the cross building, and then they can go through the tunnel and go into the cross building that way if you want a short term.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
one issue. Lieutenant Elliott, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, one issue of that is that people access the tunnel before they go through security at the State House. It's ahead of our security station. And the other thing is, it would really add the number of people that are going to executive branch services. Like, let's say they're going to the Department of Education to do paperwork, bringing them into the State House, where they may have to park on the other side of the cross, or they may be disabled. And then they go into the State House and then come back to the cross building, and they wouldn't actually go through security before they went through the cross building. It's like I said, the cross building is a tough nut to hatch, and I'm not trying to downplay the need. I understand, I'd like to put something in place too, but to be honest, to just say we're going to start screening at the end of session, I don't have enough bodies to do that. I don't have people trained up to do that. I don't have enough equipment to do that, and I don't know where we do that.
Well, I understand that. Lynn Caswell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not sure. I wanted to confirm what the amendment was. So if I want to wait until the discussion's done, though, I was not clear.
Well, what are your questions then? It might be helpful to know.
So one of them was whether you were going to keep the emergency preamble. So this bill requires implementation of security screening. Is the amendment to replace the bill completely with a study and a direction to DAS to go out to an RFP and then have the Legislative Council report back? Or is that in addition to implementation of the screening that is identified in the bill?
I think that was in addition to, but I will represent Matlack.
Yes, because among other things, we needed to include the fact that the cross building is part of the executive branch. So it would be not just Ledge Council, but it would also be DAFs that would be tasked with implementing security measures. But also, excuse me, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay.
The bill as it states now, with the implementation of enhanced security in both buildings, will have, I believe, a significant fiscal cost. So I want to make sure the committee is aware that the having DAFs do a study and work with Ledge Council and report back is not going to be probably a significant fiscal cost. But if the committee is moving forward with this bill as drafted, which directs public safety to immediately implement these enhanced security screenings, that will have a fiscal cost. And I just want to make sure the committee is aware of that.
Thank you. I believe that Representative Gramlich mentioned that she was being a realist here. And what we're hearing from DAFs is that they are looking at this. A little bit later on today, we will talk with DAFs and reaffirm that this is an issue that we're very serious about, and we want them to move forward as quickly as possible. But if we don't have a plan for implementation, then I think that we need to have a plan first, and asking DAFs and Ledge Council to work together to issue the RFP, hire someone to do the appropriate work, and then also to report back to this committee at the beginning of next term, how far they've gone and what the timeline is for the study and also for implementation of the recommendations of that study.
Plus,
Representative Gramlich, is that similar to what you were looking for?
Thank you. Pardon me, Senator Baldacci, if you wanted to. I don't want to step on your toes.
No, go ahead, Representative Gramlich.
I appreciate it. And thank you, Representative Matlack. I really sincerely appreciate the thoughtful process that the committee is taking on this critically important issue. My only concern, having been a state employee in a different department for 13 years, I do have a keen understanding of how bureaucracies can work and how laborious things can be in certain departments. My concern is if we don't even have a study that's going to start until January, we'll have a whole other session in the legislature that is putting people in a vulnerable position. So I don't know if the committee is receptive to looking where there is an emergency preamble that the work commences immediately and that there be a sooner report back time. If this really is a priority for the department, which I do believe that it is, I have no reason to disbelieve it, but I feel pretty strongly that there might want to be some more expedited timeframes.
Okay. Anything further? We have a motion. Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the impetus for doing something, but right now, I don't know what that something is. And that's my frustration at this point. I know that there's a magnetometer sitting outside of Health and Human Services, paperweight, clothes rack. But I'm concerned that half measures are expensive and don't accomplish much. So I'm wondering what we could accomplish between now and the time that the security firm comes back with recommendations for how to make the whole campus secure. Are there current recommendations that can be implemented from the report that the Capitol Police have brought to us? Is there anything that can be implemented within the next 6 months that will make the Cross Building and the other buildings on the campus more secure?
Lieutenant, I think you were kind of indicating it's partly a labor issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is partly a labor issue. Obviously, to do any more screening would require us to hire people to get them trained up, to get them on board to do that. I currently have enough screeners to screen in the State House only. And probably additional officers would be needed as well to do that. We could certainly start that process of looking at that. And I was hoping that, if we get the study, that it would indicate how many they may want to, they may decide, the consultants may decide that screening at 2 entrances is appropriate, in which case we need more staff. We need another walk. We have an extra walkthrough magnometer, which is a spare. We have an extra x-ray machine, which is many years old, that we have as a spare in case the one we have now breaks down. So there's equipment purchases to be made. There's also the architectural considerations of making the place where screening makes sense to do it. And I'm not trying to poo-poo it. I want it. I want it just as bad as you guys do. But the reality is that we can't just throw it in. We can't just haul those things out and start using them. It's not that easy. Like I said, I can certainly, we have a new chief in the process of hiring a new chief. I can't speak for what he or she may want to do down the road. But I certainly will be an advocate for, more coverage at the second floor. I would be an advocate for, we always, in my trade, we always say when we have a legislation that's going to affect someone's wallet or their family, that's when emotions run high. That's when we have our issues. So when we get that legislation, that we get a committee clerk or committee chairman who shows concern for that day when that hearing is going to be heard, we certainly could do some spot checking and put a magnometer in front of a door of that committee room for that day and pull a couple of our screeners off other duties to do that, make that a priority. I would be willing to do all that for the next session. Even if I brought people in for overtime to do some of those things. I think it's important. I think we're at a point where we need to do that. But so I've said enough. It's just I don't think we're willing. We're at a point where, without a study how to do this properly, we can just start screening everybody that enters the building all the time.
Okay, and Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been that study. We've been provided with it where you want the outside structure, and I understand that we can't build anything, but if we have equipment and we have those who can run the equipment, you know, like at a pop-up event or like a music venue or whatever, you know, use one of those tents or something just in the short term. I also think that we should be looking to get more people trained immediately, you know. I don't see why that's going to have to wait, because no matter what we do, it's going to involve more people. So let's get them on and get them trained. So once we have everything else in order, you know, we have the equipment and we have the structure, the real structure, that we could move forward as expeditiously as possible.
You're on mute, sir.
Are you Gramlich? You're on mute. Representative Gramlich, did you had your hand up?
Thank you, Senator. Boy, the saying of the year is you're on mute, right?
Yeah.
I just really wanted to thank Lieutenant Elliott, and I know that this is an issue that you feel very strongly about, and I really appreciated your, what I consider kind of outside the box thinking in terms of what we might be able to do in the short run. And I just was really heartened to hear of, you know, a solution in the short term that might be when we know that we will have a hearing in the cross that is contentious, and we all know what those hearings look like. We've seen it. To be able to have the security measures, like to even get into the committee room. I mean, that is at least something. And it sounds like, and correct me if I misheard you, but it sounds like that in the scheme of things, with all things being equal, that might be something that you might be able to implement with a little bit more ease than enchilada all at once. Yeah. I mean, I think if we need to look at this in an incremental way with the committee, you know, with you as the committee making these decisions, I think that at least we're moving in that direction. And I think that's really important.
One other thing is I can certainly start the process of finding out, you know, I don't know, right off the top of my head, this hasn't been my bailiwick to do this, but I can certainly start looking at, you know, what the costs are involved with staffing, extra, you know, how much it costs for more screeners, how much it costs for another officer, that kind of thing. And start looking at, you know, for you to build your fiscal note.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Matlack, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, sir. I think we're all in agreement, or those of us who have spoken are in agreement about the imperative of getting going on this. I know that we are sort of limited in that July 1st would be the start, because there'd be no additional funding for something like this until that date. So I would love to have what Lieutenant Elliott has been recommending for the short term, and knowing what it would cost to implement modest increases, and in anticipation of getting the study back, so that we know exactly what it is that we need to secure the cross building and the other buildings on the campus.
So is that that's an amendment?
I don't think so. Because I think that I don't believe that is, Lynn, anything different than what I had requested earlier. Have I mashed this bill up so much that it's not coming together?
Lynn, do you want to comment?
Thank you for
I
that
don't think that
question.
has happened. I don't think that has happened, but why don't
No,
you tell us?
I appreciate that question because I want to make sure that I get the amendment right. So I think that the committee is replacing the current bill with an amendment. It has an emergency preamble and it directs the Department of Public Safety, which DAS would be assisting because that's what DAS does in issuing an RFP to conduct a study on the two buildings or the Capitol structure or whatever the phraseology is, that they report back to the committee at some date that hasn't been determined, and that the legislative council, I haven't finessed this one about the legislative council being also reporting back. Perhaps you want to have the Department of Public Safety work with the legislative council and provide a report that includes all of that. And my understanding, so to get to Representative Matlack's question, I believe what you just discussed about the Department of Public Safety giving information to the committee on costs, that can be part of the order to the Department of Public Safety. Go out to RFP, also finesse and figure out how much this is going to cost and come back to this committee with all that information.
Right, for short-term implementation.
And the short-term implementation would have a report back date before the RFP study comes back?
Yes.
Okay.
So we know so we have an idea of what it will take during the interim to secure the buildings.
Okay, Anya, Ms. Trundy?
I just wanted to note for Lynn that I'm not sure whether it will be the Department of Public Safety or whether it will be the Bureau of General Services that you'll be charging, but I'll get clarity on that for you and email you.
Okay. Okay, Representative Toole.
If we're getting close to a vote, I think our folks would like to take a break.
You want to take a break before we have a vote?
Yeah, I don't want to stop the discussion, but certainly before we vote.
Okay, we'll take how long do you need? 5 minutes?
We'll
need
see,
longer than that?
probably 10 to 15. It takes 5 to
Okay,
get.
well then you also might as well take a lunch break with it. So we'll be back here at 12:15, half an hour from now.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
And if the Republicans could jump on the Google link, that would be helpful. Those that can. I'll call the rest of you. So I think the road that we're on, we might want to think about doing all the language review on Wednesday,
Okay,
just because the budget will take a while and we're going to have to be back Wednesday anyway to do the language review on these two bills.
okay, so do all language review on Wednesday?
That's what I'm advocating for.
Okay,
If you guys are on board with it, then.
okay. Lynn, is that what we have for Wednesday is language review?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's the only thing that is left to do if you vote on these two bills. Yeah, would be language review.
Okay, and we also have, you mentioned in an email today that we also have a meeting with judiciary at 1 o'clock.
Yes, so the one of the chairs and the analyst are meeting with the judiciary around 1 for their public hearing on the FOA exceptions in the privatization bill. So the whole committee isn't invited, just a chair and the analyst.
Right, so we could do our usual, is 10 o'clock too late, or do we want to meet a little bit earlier than that to do language review? Do you think it's going to take
I think,
2 hours? Excuse me?
I think we have I have my Wednesday morning meeting. I'm not sure if that's still going this Wednesday, but operating under the assumption it is, I probably won't be able to be here till 10.
Okay, well, that was my question also, because the Dems generally have a meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning on Wednesdays. So if, do we think that 2 hours will be sufficient for language review on Wednesday?
Well, if you start at 10 and you go to 1, that's 3 hours.
Or we could stretch it out.
No. I'm in favor of not stretching it out.
Okay.
But I think we can get it done.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like we'll be back on Wednesday at 10 o'clock for language review for the bills that we have for today, and then also for these two bills that we're working on, Representative Bryant's and Representative Gramlich's bills. Senator Baldacci will not be coming back with us, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of us. That seems like a goodly number. Representative Head, and I'm sure that Representative Copeland will be back in a couple of minutes. She was just
Actually,
finishing up her lunch.
Representative Head will not be back. She let me know she had an appointment this afternoon, so
okay.
Apologize for her not coming back with us, but she'll catch up later.
Sounds good. So we'll have Representative Copeland should be back oh, there's Representative Reisman. So all right. So where were we? We had a motion on the table with a second. Lynn, could you explain the motion again?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an ought to pass as amended on LD 1671. The amendment would replace the bill. It would have an emergency preamble. It would direct, I think based on Anya Tronde's comment, it would direct the Department of Administrative and Financial Services to work with the appropriate agencies, meaning maybe Bureau of General Services and or Bureau of Public Safety, to issue an RFP to study the security of the two buildings, the Capitol building, the State House, and the Cross building, with a report back to this committee likely in January of 2021.
22.
You want to give them a year? Okay, till 2020.
No. This is 21.
Right. January 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
With the committee having the ability to report out legislation, the department would be directed to also work with legislative counsel and to facilitate a coordinated response. And in the short term, the Department of Public Safety would develop proposals to give to this committee on short-term interim security measures. The date that they would report back, I don't think the committee has established a date for that.
Okay. All right. Are there any, we need to set a date for the report back time. Is that what it is? So middle of January, I think. Is that an appropriate time frame so that we can know where we are in the process? Representative Copeland?
I think middle of January is too far out, especially regarding the interim steps. I mean, that should be, as soon as possible.
If I may, Madam Chair, you could have
Certainly.
2 report backs. You could have a report back from the Department of Public Safety on short-term interim steps. As early as, I think the first Wednesday in December is often a report back date. And then the report back date for the RFP and the study could be sometime in early January, mid-January, to give the committee enough time, but 2 report back dates would be fine.
Okay. Is December earlier enough, Representative Copeland? Or are you looking at, I
would sooner, but I defer.
Let's ask Lieutenant Elliott if he has an idea of when he might be able to report to us.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Certainly.
usually December is picked as the date because you're going to be not in session earlier. You'll adjourn probably in June, and you won't be back to respond to the report until
Okay.
you come back into session
Okay.
in December and January.
Okay, and that's fine. December will be fine. We'll have to be fine. How's that? All right, do we have any other questions or comments with regard to this bill? There being Representative Copeland?
I would just like to check in with the sponsor and make sure that that this is, going towards what she intends.
Madam Chair.
Representative Gramlich, would you like to comment?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Copeland, and thank you again, everybody, for your really due diligence to this important issue. Certainly I've had to learn to work on my patience being a legislator. So I always like to get things done quickly, but I think this is a thoughtful process. It's important that we are able to move in that direction, and I'll look forward to our continued work together on this matter. So yes, thank you, Representative Copeland. This is fine.
Thank you very much, Representative Gramlich. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, you say December, do you want to put a day on that, like December 5th or something, maybe so it doesn't end up being Christmas or whatever, and we want to keep Representative Copeland in mind too. So maybe December 5th or pick
What a
one.
lovely birthday present to myself. So sure, let's put December 5th as a report back date. Thank you, Representative Bryant.
If I may, Madam Chair, since
Yes.
we're going to get specific dates, would you like a January 1st to January 15th for the report from the department on the study?
I think the 15th would be sufficient. Representative Bryant.
Absolutely. The middle is good because you don't want to try to do it during Christmas, but
No.
early as 15th sounds good.
Yeah, as long as that's not a holiday or anything, that's great. Thank you. There are no other questions with regard to this bill? Then I'll get Cheryl to call the roll, please.
Yes. LD 1671 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldarci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 6 yes, 4 no. And is that ought not to pass, Representative Tool?
That would be correct.
Okay, and 3 absent.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Representative Bramlett, for sticking around with us. We appreciate your bringing the bill to our attention.
Thank you, and I hope you all have a really nice afternoon and get off of Zoom as soon as possible.
Thank you. All right, so moving quickly to our next agenda item, it is the budget. The report back to a Department of Administrative Services with regard to the change package, LD 221, is that what it is? But I believe we have some people from DAFS who will be joining us to talk about this also, but Lynn, you'll be walking us through some of our, the pieces of the change package?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So you are doing the change package, which has portions of the DAFS budget, and Anya Chwendy is here from DAFS. You have a portion of the governor's executive branch, and there are representatives Hannah Pingree and Brian Hubble to discuss that. You have the Secretary of State, the Treasurer, and I don't think any other agencies. So I'm going to screen share. Unlike usual budgets where you get one packet from me and then a totally different lineup from someone else, I believe that we're going to just work off the document that I shared with you. You may have received a couple of emails from the GOPIF, Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future. And when we get to that portion, as I said, Hannah Pingree and Brian, I can't remember his last name and I can't see him now, are here about that.
Yeah.
But if it's the committee's pleasure, we will vote one by one, or the committee can vote in blocks. I believe Representative Toole is asking for a, well, I shouldn't say that. How would the committee like to vote? One by one?
On each initiative?
Yes, or in blocks.
I think that I don't think that there are that many initiatives that we can't go individually. So let's do it individually.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to start with the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And just so you'll note, on each of these pages at the very top, it tells you if this is an addition or a replacement. And I will try and note that for you in each situation. So this is an initiative from DAFS, the Accident, Sickness, Health Insurance. This is an addition. You will see that there is a reduction in savings of $167+ million in 2021, 22, and 22, 23. And this is to correct an erroneous baseline increase enacted in a bill in the 121st.
Okay, 0455. Did this move someplace else, or is this just a correction?
I believe, and I know that DAFS is here to answer that question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions with regard to this initiative? I'm not going to be able to see folks, so. But Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was wondering if we could hear from DAFS on this.
Ms. Trundy, or Ms. Boyden. Ms. Boyden, are you here to answer our questions?
Yes, I certainly will try.
Thank you very much. We have a question with regard to the reduction and where it goes.
Well, it doesn't, it just goes away. This is
Okay.
the cost of goods sold entry that the commissioner talked about way back when we first went through the budget initiatives during her public testimony. This should not have been entered as a baseline adjustment. Cost of goods sold does not require any allocation. So you're going to see this sort of entry in each of our enterprise and internal service funds account because these were entered erroneously. This is not something that requires any allocation. It's just an accounting entry.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Representative Tool?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering. Yes, that answers.
Oh, okay. So do we just want show of hands or do we want to call the roll? Show of hands for whether or not we are in favor or not in favor of the initiatives? Just show of hands. So all those in favor of this initiative, please raise your hand. That appears to be unanimous by the committee. Cheryl, did you see unanimous? Any opposed? Are there any opposed? No. So that was a unanimous. Representative Tool.
I think if they're not unanimous, I think we should call a roll.
Okay,
So
sounds
if
good.
they're not, then that would be a time to call a roll.
Sounds good to me. We can do that. All right, so that's the first initiative we have today. The second initiative, Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now I'm on page 5, number 5, but not page 5 in the handout. And this is in addition to the budget, again, of DAS for the Bureau of the Budget. It's a $30,000 initiative in both fiscal years to provide funding for operating expenditures of the Bureau of Budget.
Okay, Ms. Boyden, just a bit of an explanation.
Certainly, thank you. The Bureau of the Budget is a very small office and they do not have much all other, to the point where each year they actually are not able to pay all of their bills. And it's been a historical problem in that office where they're pushing bills into the next year. So this is to try to bring them to a level where they're funded adequately for the 13 people that work in their office.
Thank you. Representative Reisman. You're on mute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I don't have all the information from you. What is the current funding level? I know you want to increase 30. What's the current level?
Just a moment, I just have to open a different screen. Their current all other is about $70,000, $62,000 in the general fund and almost $9,000 in the highway fund.
Is there any increase in staffing?
There is not an increase in staffing.
Okay.
So this is just an increase in the cost of doing business in that department.
It really is intended to reflect what the cost has been and has not been funded.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any further questions? There being none, all those in favor, raise hands. Yep, it's okay. I'm seeing unanimous. Is that correct?
That's what I got.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next initiative, Lynn, is Capital Construction and Improvement Reserve.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully you have that in front of you, and I'm going to show two of the initiatives in case there are questions that you want to ask. So this is deleting $2 million from the Capital Repair and Construction State Facility Fund. And the next initiative is a $15 million allocation. So this one is a deletion of $2 million from the Capital Construction and Improvement Reserve Fund.
Okay. Ms. Boyden?
Yes.
Just a quick explanation. We're deleting 2 million from the general fund and we're adding 15 million back into other special revenues.
Yes, that's right. With the request to transfer $87 million to address the backlog of capital construction and repairs, it didn't seem reasonable to continue to ask for $2 million of general fund if there was the $87 million transfer. So we proposed to delete the $2 million appropriation. And this would allocate $15 million in each year of the 87 that is transferred, with our intent to come back to be able to explain how all of that would be used in the future. It is intended to be for a longer term than just the upcoming biennium.
Okay, so when you add the 87 million in, there's an explanation for us? Is that what you're saying?
The $87 million is the source for this $15 million per year allocation.
Okay.
That's what the funding source is.
Okay. So $15 million this year to work on the backlog of repairs and maintenance that is necessary.
Yes.
Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just confused. If this is a reduction, why isn't that 2 million in brackets?
The way a change package document prints out from our system, it's the header at the top that says, please delete the following initiative, and that is how it appears in your bill. So it is deleting the initiative that appropriated $2 million.
Could you throw that back up on the screen again, please? I didn't see that.
What's up? What's wrong?
I didn't see the 2 million, the header saying delete. I just missed it. For some reason.
It says, please delete the following.
Oh, it's not a head. It just says, please demand, part A. Well, I still don't know why it wouldn't be a negative, but that's okay.
I think they're taking out the
Confusing.
line.
Yeah, it's confusing the way the presentation is.
So is it the intent that the 87 million, rather than going to or from the general fund, it will come out of other special revenue funds?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's what it is. Yep,
yes.
Go ahead.
I
think that's what it is, Representative Reisman, is that it's moving the budget from one fund to another. And so they no longer need the 2 million from, or in the general fund. So they're going to be using the funds from the other special revenue funds. Is that correct, Ms. Boyden?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you okay, Representative Reisman? Do you have any further questions?
The presentation is confusing. That's all I can say.
Okay.
I can understand you moving 87 million in, but the 2 says it's an initiative says it's increasing the funding, and when in fact it's not. That's just me being a numbers guy.
Being a numbers guy, yeah. Representative Toole.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure I completely understand. I do understand, so we're taking the 2 million away, and then the 87 million that's being proposed, 15 million of that is in each of the next 2 years, which a total of 30 million. That's in the next item. Is that correct? And if so, where is the other 57 million?
That is correct. The transfer would be from the general fund into an other special revenue fund account. And the proposal is to allocate $15 million in each of the next 2 years, which primarily will be used to address immediate need repairs. And we would come back to you in the next session when we are requesting to allocate more of the $87 million balance, when we can flesh out more of how that would be used.
So the other 57 million is going to appear in this document somewhere, but not necessarily in this. It's going to appear in the document somewhere, but it's not at this point.
The full $87 million appears in part SSSS, 4 S's.
Okay,
So that is where the $87 million transfer occurs.
so if folks had an issue with that amount, they would want to be consistent with what they did with this and make sure that's reflected in that part as well, correct?
That would be helpful, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions with regard to this item? We're talking just about deleting the $2 million from the general fund line item. So may I have, if you could raise your hands if you're in favor? Are you in favor of this, Representative Reisman, or no? You're muted. You're muted, sir.
I'd prefer take a roll call.
Fine. Cheryl, if you could have a roll call, please.
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus. Representative Sean Paulus.
We can't hear you, Sean.
Nope.
Nope.
That's it.
Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Can you read his lips?
No, I can read his lips. Do you want me to accept that? Shake your
No,
head, yes or no? Okay, gotcha.
He's a yes,
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay, we have completed that initiative. Then we move along to the second half of this, which is the $15 million in other special revenue funds.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair, and it's on the screen as 15 million in each of the fiscal years in the special revenue account.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions with regard to this initiative? Representative Toole?
Yeah, I think $15 million per year is a lot of money. I realize that the overall ask is 87 million, which is also a lot of money. Perhaps we could go for a lower amount than that. I'd be interested in hearing what other members' thoughts on that are. I know certainly we want to take care of immediate needs, but realistically, with the employment situation, the contractor situation, the pent-up demand for workers and all of that, and the whole deal around administering $30 million worth of projects, that is a lot of money, and I think we should have a chat about that.
Ms. Boyden, I understand that there's pent-up demand for $86 or $87 million worth of repairs and construction and improvements. While there have been modest amounts in this account previously, this is quite an increase. Do you folks have the capacity, or will you soon have the capacity to do all the projects that you're laying out here in the $15 million?
I can ask Deputy Commissioner Clark to provide a more thorough answer to that. But she was involved with setting the $15 million limit as to what she thought would be an appropriate amount for the upcoming biennium. But I can certainly ask her to
Is she available?
respond. I will check on her right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Were there any further questions with regard to this amount? No, we'll see if Ms. Clark is available to chat with us about this.
I have Shanna Bellows and Emily Cook in the waiting room.
Right, they're from the Secretary of State's office, yes. Well, you could bring them over if you would, please. That'd be great.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
while we're waiting, would you like me, I thought perhaps the committee, when after they vote on the 15 million, they could also vote on the part SSS, which is the total 87 million. Would you like me to screen share that language for the committee while you wait to hear from Ms.
Yes.
Clark?
Whether or not we can get Ms. Clark to come chat with us. Yes, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
I'm a big fan of using time. So this is at the end of the packet that you received, but it is the part SSS. And you'll see at the top, it says amend LD 221 by adding the following part. And this is the part that transfers 87 million from unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Bureau of General Services for the capital construction. So that I will take that down unless someone has questions.
Representative Reisman?
Lynn, can you send, I only have half that document that you're putting up on the screen. Could you send that to me again?
Okay. Did you get it? Did you get it in an email this morning? Did you get that email this morning?
Oh gosh, I got so many emails. I'm not sure whether I did.
Yep. Well, let me do that right now.
I got one I printed out and I got all the odd pages, didn't get them all. I
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have another question, Representative? Oh, no, there, his hand is down. Okay. All right. Ms. Boyden, will Ms. Clark be able to join us?
Yes, I forwarded her the link, so she should be on her way.
Thank you very much.
She is there. I'll let her in now.
Thank you.
There she is.
Yes. Ms. Clark, thank you for joining us today to talk about these items with regard to the Bureau of General Services. We had some questions with regard to the $15 million being allocated for capital reserve and repair projects, and whether the department has the capacity to administer such a large increase in projects in such a short period of time.
Yes, we do. We have a fairly detailed report about the types of work that needs to happen, the mechanical and building envelope projects that are so far behind schedule. There's a big backlog of work to be done. So having a defined list of projects is a good start. But what the Bureau would do to administer these projects with our 5 architects and chief engineer would be to put requests for qualifications out to designers and architects to do the design work. And then we administer the construction. And we have the capacity to take on $15 million a year in additional work. Our staff can pick that up. They're currently each managing about 70 projects each. So they're very hardworking staff members, and they could easily manage this additional workload, especially because we have a defined list of work that needs to happen, and categories of work that need to happen. What the worst backlogs are in mechanical and building envelope, which includes roof work, things that have let buildings just have be permeated with water, and it's like the worst thing we could have done to buildings, and we've done a lot of that. So that's the type of work that we need to really raise to the top priority.
Thank you. Representative Toole, you have further questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my first question is, could you folks do, what work could you do with, say, 10 million a year? Would that dramatically impair your ability to do some of the work and stick with, or would that be a minor inconvenience?
It would be with an $87 million backlog and an annual recurring costs on top of that. It would just slow the progress. And every year that we don't repair these building envelope issues is a year that the cost triples and quadruples to the next year because they're so serious. So we could certainly manage, the Bureau could certainly manage $10 million, but it would not be in the best interest of the buildings.
Okay. So with that, what percentage of your projects that you have lined up, how many would you have to drop? What, I'm assuming you've got priorities within that 15 million a year. Do you have a general idea of how many projects or what percentage of them you would have to put on hold if you were to only get 10 versus 15?
Well, some of the evaluations, the specific cost estimates are still being developed because the report that they told us what the priorities were, which is to say mechanical and envelope, was just delivered. So BGS has now engaged architects and engineers to help us do cost estimating on the different projects. So the level of detail you're asking for, I can't really give you today, but I can give you an example of the types of things we're up against. For example, the cross building, the initial, throw a dart at a board estimate to, and it wasn't that random, but just, to get some funding in to deal with some of the leaking in the building, then was followed by a detailed study of the building. So we went from an initial estimate of $2 million to when the engineers finished their report, this is a $9 million project to replace the windows, to replace the roof, to regrout the granite, to reset the granite. Some of the granite, the clips that are holding the granite are eroding. So this building alone is a $9 million project that is unaccounted for. So that's almost one full year of the funding that you're talking about for one building. The Maine Criminal Justice Academy has had very little work in the last 20 years. It was renovated 20 years ago, and it desperately needs roof work and masonry work and window replacements and everything we're talking about in terms of building envelope. It's in very bad shape, and it's that's one where we don't have a number yet, but an engineer has been hired to do a proper cost estimate.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions with regard to Capital Construction and Improvement Reserve Fund? Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. just a quick question. The capital reserve fund really is intended for kind of a longer term use. But if there's an immediate need, is that coming out of a different fund?
Ms. Clark, do you have an immediate need funding source?
I'm sorry that I don't know why I didn't hear the question come through. Would you mind repeating what it was?
Well, okay. Is there a special fund or a separate fund that addresses more immediate needs as opposed to the longer term renovation?
Immediate needs versus long-term needs. There's only one fund for capital repairs and improvements. So is that what you're asking?
Yes. Well, my concern is we took up a category earlier about the security at the building there, not across from the State House. And there's a concern about paying for it, obviously, but there's also a concern that we get immediate fix to this issue that we're facing.
Can you guys hear me? I can't hear anybody. Okay. So we are continuing with 1486, and there were a couple of people we were going to.
I believe Ms. Graham is here by accident. I don't know that Ms. Graham has a role here today. Thank you. If you could repeat that again. Could we send her away? Thank you.
Senator Reisman, I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on with your microphone or mine. I'm really sorry.
Can everybody else hear me okay?
Better now.
Okay, I'll just bring the mic closer. We had an issue earlier where we were dealing about security at the Cross building. And we see this as an immediate issue. Is there funding available in this particular fund to help deal with that issue?
Okay, with regard to the Cross building, I do not know what the scope of work is. I've only had the issue raised kind of vaguely with me. I know that when there's going to be security improvements, that security consultant is usually brought in to make recommendations. And so it's going to be very hard. I don't know what aspect of the Cross building work is personnel versus actual capital improvements or construction. So you'd have to give me a little more information about what the scope of the work would be.
If we were looking for, or if, perhaps Commissioner Figueroa might be able to clarify for us, because this has been an issue of this committee for a bit now, and she may have a better understanding of what we're asking for.
So a couple of things. One, I think it's really important to focus on what Elaine Clark just said, which is there is only one fund. So we fix broken pipes with the same account that we use to put a new roof on. And that account has no money in it right now. And we have an $87 million backlog. It's hard for us to prioritize because at this point, it's all becoming a priority. Now, to the security, I think that's my bad. I meant to link, Elaine, I meant to link the LD that you all are discussing to her, and we'll get that to her right now. But there are a number of things. One that we said the other day, we do have a pretty significant building envelope issue for the Cross building, and it might be that doing something around security could fall into that work. As far as an immediate need, I think it really depends on the assessment and understanding. I totally understand that there's a thought about, is there a way to walk into one space and then be able to go left or right into the State House or the Cross office building after having gone through like a centralized space? I mean, that would require some, to Elaine's earlier comment, that would require some security assessment and, professional assessment as to whether we could do that. But there's I mean, I don't mean to be super blunt, but there's no more money for that effort right now than there is for us to replace a broken pipe. So we would be looking for these funds. If there's an expectation, we would be hoping that that 87 million and the allocation that we're talking about right now would be approved by the committee and the legislature for us to be able to move forward. And I think we would need a little bit more time with the thoughts around what you'd like as far as what immediate need means. Is it now or is it like next January? And to Elaine's point, sorry, but I keep saying that. But another thing is, there's certainly no money in this $87 million for staffing. I'm not sure what, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the conversation earlier. But if there's a staffing expectation, in addition to whatever the building envelope or building spacing needs might be, would be different than the staffing for that initiative.
Thank you. The previous bill that we just discussed in state and local government was with regard to security in the Cross building. And while we are interested in having, we've been advised that there will be an RFP, or we've asked that there be an RFP, and that there be there will be an investigation of what the security needs are for Cross, the campus, and in conjunction with the Capitol. The staffing that we talked about in the previous bill was short-term and addressing immediate needs for the legislature. And in talking with Lieutenant Elliott, he mentioned that he would be putting together numbers for us so that we could understand what it would cost in the way of short-term fixes to provide security and also staffing for that security. So he will be coming back to us in December, and we're asking that your department come back to us in January and let us know where you are with an appraisal of what the security needs are for the campus.
I understand. Well, that certainly would be something that Elaine's group was capable of doing and issuing. So understanding what the cost would be, and then our best case scenario would be that it would be part of a bigger effort to address the envelope, so that we wouldn't be doing something, right? We wouldn't be sticking, I don't know, like just sticking something onto something that's already broken that we would then need to take off, fix again when we're fixing the other thing, and stick it back on, if you're picking up what I'm laying down.
Totally understood, but it's a very serious consideration by this committee that we would like to have the security of the Capitol campus improved, so that not only legislative people and legislative staff, but also the folks who work for you folks in the Cross building feel safe at a time when others are not feeling quite as safe.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I think you summed it up, Madam Chair, but I want to make sure that we make it perfectly clear that the members of this committee are quite concerned about the security in that building. And whatever it's going to take for the state to make this happen sooner than later is a top priority from our point of view. And I don't mean to speak for the entire committee, but I think I speak for most of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Representative Copeland.
I concur completely with Representative Reisman. The security of the Capitol and the Cross building are, if we can dare say it, our top priority. It's very important. We understand the longer term study and so forth, but we want some protection for folks sooner rather than later.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not to get back onto the security thing, but I think it was clear that both listening to those who presented, Anya and Ms. Trundy and the lieutenant who presented, and you folks, I think it was clear that DAS takes that under takes that seriously and wants to work to address the security issues. And I think that as that goes forward, that will be part of the mix. I don't want to get hung up on that per se, but I did just want to put that out there that we all are concerned about security. I don't see increasing funds on this when they're already asking for 87 million is a good idea.
No, but I think that it should be considered within the $87 million. And this is the beginning efforts of making repairs and improvements and fixing things that are long overdue to be fixed throughout the state properties. So Representative Toole, if you wanted to make a suggestion for a lower number, now would be a good time to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to ask people whether or not they believe that or they support the $15 million request, $15 million initiative. Representative Bryant?
Yeah, I think they're saying that the whole 87 million is something that they need just for what they have in the backlog. So I can't understand why we wouldn't at least give them the minimum of 15 million now. If you want to throw in another 5 or 10 million for the labor on the security, that's another issue. But right now, we're just talking about the capital expense to just fix what we have, and we have a backlog of 87. Maybe we should increase it to 100 million so we know we have a little cushion there for future use. So I move we move in 15 million each of these 2 years.
All right. Representative Bryant, we were going to be doing a show of hands, and if we need to do more than that and do a roll call, then we would do so. But for now, a show of hands of those. Representative Greenwood.
Just a quick question. To clarify, we're voting on $15 million in 21, 22, and 15 in 22, 23, and that's it.
That is it. Allowing them, we're making it quite clear that security is an important issue for many of us on the state and local government committee. We understand that probably security measures would come out of this 15 million, but for now they're using that to do the backlog, address some of the backlog of the repairs and maintenance necessary. Sir.
I would just say for myself, speaking for myself, that security is not the highest level. As strong as you folks have indicated, it is not my primary response. My primary focus would be on capital improvements. Thank you.
Right. And that is what this is a dollar amount for capital improvements. All those in favor of the $15 million capital improvement reserve fund, raise their hands. I'm seeing a unanimous show of hands.
Yes.
There's nobody opposed. Okay, thank you very much. So we do have that, the $15 million. Should we move on to SSS and discuss the, at this point, because we're discussing it right now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have up on the screen the part SSS, which is the $87 million transfer from unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Bureau of General Services, other special revenue fund for the purpose of funding unmet capital construction and repair needs.
Thank you. Did everybody see that? Okay. So are there any questions about this initiative? Representative Toole?
Yeah, I'm gonna be opposed to the full 87 million. I think we can, as the folks from DAF said a few minutes ago, and you can make a legitimate case for 15 million a year for the next 2 years. I'm fine with leaving it there. And then after that 2 years is up, if folks want to have a conversation about additional needs, then we'll know where we are. We saw with the pandemic, the economy can flatline in the blink of an eye. So I would be more comfortable just leaving it at 30 million for the 2 years and sorting out the rest of it in the next budget cycle.
Representative Reisman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a severely neglected area in the state budget for years and years. And I'm not quite sure that by the time we get to the end of a 4-year cycle here, that 87 million is gonna be more than sufficient to cover all of our needs. So I'm actually in favor of boosting that amount to 100 million.
Thank you. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Reisman's right on point. We're talking about things at the State House that we want, at the campus we want. We only have we have $87 million backlog of what we have, and we don't have any extra money in there to move forward on future capital things. So if, if anything, I would be in favor of 100 million.
All right. Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question would be, why didn't we put a higher number in the last items that we were discussing if we had specific projects? My second point was, it was indicated that we have capacity to do the 15 million over the next 2 years. So I guess I want to know, where is the capacity going to be with an extra 87 or 100 million?
I believe it's not an extra 87 million. What this part SSS does is appropriate the 87 million to the reserve fund, and that annually we will be drawing down this year 15 million, the next biennium 15 million. But I will let perhaps Commissioner Figueroa explain about part SSS and the $87 million. If you could, please.
That was exactly right. This would transfer the funds to the account and would be available for use by the Bureau of General Services currently, and Elaine can come back on and talk about this more. Currently, she estimates that she would be able to enter into and do that work. Honestly, I think she could probably do more. I think she's just hesitant to say that so, because everybody knows we have some supply chain issues. We have some construction worker issues. That's true. And obviously, until we know that we're moving in this direction a little bit more solidly, we're not going to engage in actually like getting right down to it and being able to contract with people. But if we got this $87 million, everybody, Elaine knows very well every single item that needs to be done. And she would task every one of her staff with, let's see how much of this we can get done. The estimate right now is 15 million a year. If we could, we'll do more. If we can, we'll do more. And then in the meantime, what it means is the funds go into the account and they're available for when we can do it. So if we don't get to it, if we aren't able to spend more than $30 million in 2 years, on 2 years and 1 day, we're able to spend, right, whatever happens to be available at that point out of that $87 million. So it just gives us it gives us, first of all, the security of knowing that the funds are available for that use. And as we come up with the dollar amount estimated needed for the job, and the person that can do the job, Elaine would be able to, don't have to wait for the money. The money's here, let's do the job. And that would be an incredible flexibility and opportunity that we haven't had with this account probably ever, but for a very long time.
Representative Greenwood.
Madam Chair, can I request a 5-minute corner caucus?
If you like. Thank you. The folks on Representative Greenwood's side of the aisle will be meeting for 5 minutes. I think I'm fine right here. So we will just take a break. I'll eat my sandwich and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we'll ask for people to come back from their break. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Representative Reisman will be right back. He said he's on a phone call. So Representative Greenwood, you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I have a question. The $87 million that we're discussing now, is that a general appropriation? Is that money that's COVID relief money that we have to spend? What is the status of that 87 million?
Commissioner Figueroa, do you have a response for us?
Yeah, that would be a transfer from unappropriated surplus from the revenue forecast that just happened to this capital account. So it would go to this capital account. It would sit in that account until we spent it, which, as we just discussed, could be over 1 year or 5 years, depending on how the construction and the jobs go. Closer to the 1 or 2 years, I'm guessing, for Elaine. But that's the status of the funds.
Okay, so just to clear, it's not a recovery type money that's coming like a windfall, correct?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it's
we
not
have any-
federal. I mean, I think you mean it's not federal money. No.
Okay,
Thank you for clarifying.
Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But at the end of the day, no matter what we do, appropriations is going to do what they think is best for the total picture. So really, we're pounding sand a little bit. We can give them our best thought, but we are not the last say on this message.
That is correct, but we what we're doing is signaling our support for having the $87 million fund available to work on a backlog of projects that have been accumulating for decades, and that $15 million for 21-22 and $15 million for 22-23 is what our suggested, that we agree with the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, that this is an appropriate level of funding that they can manage, and that they will be able to put at least a good sized dent or start in a dent in making the repairs that are necessary. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And something we discussed in our break was whether we would almost rather give 20 million a year for the next 2 years and call it good there, and not put the remaining money, tens of millions of dollars, just floating around in an account. So I don't know. I mean, that's the issue. I think if there's a need for 50, if we can handle 15 million a year, then I think that's what we handle, and we do that for the next 2 years. And after that, we see where we're at, because we know what the economy is, could change on a dime, and we shouldn't be projecting out so many years that we're out over the edge of the cliff, so to speak.
Representative Reisman. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Yeah.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
My comment on this is that 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to be in for a big surprise in terms of trying to pay for repairs. When you look at the price of lumber now, and how the labor shortage is probably going to push prices up for labor costs, we're crazy if we don't start thinking about planning for more money in this fund than less. And I'd still advocate for the 100 million in the SSS, whatever fund number that is. That's my point of view.
Okay, thank you. I know that you and Representative Bryant are on the same page about that. Representative Copeland.
And didn't we hear from Commissioner Figueroa about the cost of doing nothing? Wasn't it like 222 million or something like that? Some really large number.
129 million.
129 million. That's what the cost of doing nothing is. And I don't think that doing 30,000 or 50,000 is going to remedy that. So I look at this as a cost savings, quite frankly.
Okay. Representative Bryant, Representative Reisman, did you want to increase this amount? Or are we just going to move forward where we are right now?
Madam Chairman, I would suggest an increase.
You would an increase to 100 million?
That's correct.
Thank you. And are you in agreement also, Representative Bryant?
If they're leaving an 87 in there, I would stay, if it's unanimous, if everybody, these 87, if the Representative Randall and Tool stay at 87, we'll keep our 15 and keep our everything the same. I'm happy with that. But if they choose to try to cut off the 57 million that is left, I'm going to stay with 100, bring it to 100.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions with regard to the current initiative before us, which is $87 million in section SSS-1? There being none, all those in favor of $87 million in SSS-1, raise your hand, please. Okay, so we are going to move on to a roll call. But I'm in agreement with Representative Bryant. I would prefer that this amount be increased to $100 million. So right now, I would like to make a motion that the Capital Construction and Improvement Reserve Fund be increased to a total of $100 million. And that the DAFs be able to draw down on that over the course of several years. Cheryl, if I could get you to call the roll on, do I need a second for something like this, Lynn, or do I just move forward?
I don't know, so I would say a second would be helpful.
Yes.
Representative Bryant.
And I would second that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to discuss $100 million in the Capital Construction and Improvement Reserve Fund. All those in favor, Cheryl, if you could call the roll.
Yes. Part SSS, $100 million in the reserve fund. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 6 yes, 4 no, 3 absent.
And Representative Toole.
Yes, we would have our minority report, or however Lynn has to word that we would support 30 million to make it consistent with the 15 million a year for the next 2 years.
Okay. Thank you very much. And let me see, pick up where we are. Lynn, our next initiative, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the next initiative is another initiative from the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And it is a reduction. I have too many screens open, so too many options to screen share. Let's see if this is it. This is a initiative that reduces funding in the goods sold account under Capital Central Services for 50 million in both of the fiscal years. And it's I round my numbers, so it's not exactly 50 million, it's a little over.
And this is the same explanation as we had earlier.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, I guess I should ask Ms. Boyden that.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So this is just a fixing an error.
That's correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or anything else you'd like to know about this account, this initiative? There being none, all those in favor of this initiative, raise your hands. That looks to me to be unanimous. Thank you very much. Let me see. Moving along to our next initiative, also in DAF, Department of Administrative Services, Information Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this initiative, so what you see in front of you is the current initiative that was in the budget, and it's transferring and reclassifying positions. What you are voting on is amending or revising. So this is initiative with these dollar amounts, and it's being revised under this initiative with a slightly different dollar amounts. And I think the department could probably best talk about why there was a slight change. It looks like it's about $35,000 difference between the two, the original and this revised initiative.
Thank you. Ms. Boyden, if you would, please.
Certainly. This goes to the way we fund positions in our budget system. So when we were proposing to transfer and reclassify those positions, those were all vacant positions. So they were being budgeted at a step 3 in the job classifications. The Office of Information Services asked that the initiative be revised to transfer 4 existing positions. Those positions actually had people in them when the budget was developed. So they are budgeted at the actual step of the employees who are in the positions. So that explains why there's a price difference between vacant positions at step 3 and filled positions.
Okay, Representative Toole.
So to be clear, we're not adding positions here. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is just a transfer.
Gotcha.
Okay. Any further questions with regard to this? Representative Reisman? You're on mute, sir.
Okay.
Still, there we go.
Oh, why I keep going mute here. I'm sorry. My question is that I think the funds were originally in an allocated account that was spread across different state agencies. Is that true?
The positions were originally in the Information Services Internal Service Fund account and were billed out to agencies. This will move them into the general fund.
So before it was other agencies in particular were paying for this, but now the general fund is going to pay for these positions. Is that right?
That is correct.
Well, how come the allocated was so over expense that you could reduce that instead of trying this plan here? I mean, this concerns me that we're going to be using taxpayer money to fund the 4 positions when before the allocation was being spread out among the agencies. Is there any kind of logic to that?
As a reminder, this was related to the initiative for the radio services. And we talked at length about how the contract that we currently use to help us with that network of radio is going up by more than $1.5 million. And so we thought about an alternative to that, and it was by hiring positions to do that work. And their cost will be roughly the $440,000 a year versus the $1.5 million of the contract. So this was actually an initiative to help save money. And so we originally had proposed 4 different positions, and we changed them to information service support specialists, which changed the dollar amount a little bit. But it's a little bit confusing in the change package because we lose track of like the original purpose, but that was the original purpose, was to save more than $1 million as a result of this contract that we had negotiated. I think it's been upwards of 4 years now, and it's due for renegotiation. And the vendor was very clear that the dollar amount would go up and the scope of services would go down. And so this puts at risk that radio network.
So you brought these individuals, rather than contracting out, you brought the work in-house, and this is the in-house cost of doing the work that you had originally contracted for.
Correct. And rather than asking for new headcount, we were using some vacant headcount from the Office of Information Technology. Our preference would have been to do both, ask for new headcount and the general funds. But we did find the positions so that we could kind of compromise in the middle.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Representative Reisman?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if we were going to pay people a certain rate and now we're proposing that the same position, the same job gets paid less. So I'm concerned about the workers there. Why aren't they making the money that the job was proposed to be?
Commissioner?
Not sure. Do you mean because the contractor was going to charge a different amount?
No, I agree that not having a contractor is great, that we're going to bring it in-house, have better, have more rather than less. But the individual 4 people seems like they're going to be making less than we had allocated for.
Oh, it was just that we'd originally, and I'm sorry that I don't have, well, I do have the detail. We had originally proposed moving a public service manager 2, a technical support specialist, an OIT project consultant, and a property associate 1 over to then create these new positions. And those all cost roughly, I don't know, originally we had said 400,000 and 417. And I think that, to Jenny's point, they were booked at step 3. But the 4 positions that we're moving are actually information system support specialist 2 positions. And they are they're at a higher rate at that step that they've been budgeted for. So it's actually different. So we're going to pay the same amount of money no matter what. It's just that originally we were using 4 positions that cost this much at step 3. I know it's terrible. So the initiative should have said, we are transferring 4 positions and making them into information system support specialist positions. And then it would have cost 435 and 449. But all we did in the first initiative was move 4 positions so that we could create them. And we realized we were going to be short when we created those positions. Jenny, right? Like, I don't think I'm saying this very well, but does that make sense? They were always going to be information support specialist 2 positions. They're always going to make a certain amount of money at step 3 and step 4. Our original proposal only moved the positions and didn't reorg them.
The original proposal did reorganize them to the information system support specialist 2s because they were vacant. When the reorganization happens, they go to step 3 and 4, which if you look at the original or the current budget proposal at the top of your page 9, the personal services was $364,000. That's what the new cost was going to be to the general fund. The reduction in the Office of Information Services Fund was $440,000 because we were taking higher cost positions out and reorganizing them to something that costs slightly less. Now we're saying we're not going to take out those higher cost positions now. We're going to transfer 4 positions that are already information services support specialist 2s. This is under the revised section. Those positions cost $399,000. And you can see it's the exact same amount in the general fund and in the information services fund, because we're not reorganizing them. They are what they are. And it happens to be that those positions that we are moving were budgeted at a higher step than step 3 or step 4.
Okay, I might have caused some confusion there, which I apologize for. So, okay.
So they're getting paid what the job was initially targeted for.
in either scenario, the positions would have been paid within the existing job scale. It's just our practice that when we are budgeting a vacant position or a brand new position, which is obviously vacant, that we budget it at step 3. Filled positions at the time the budget is created is based on whatever step the employee is at. So if that position was filled when we started our budget process with someone at a step 8, then the cost of that position was budgeted at a step 8.
Okay.
So these were positions that weren't being filled at the time. And so when they were filled, the actual salaries of the people involved were brought over.
That's correct. When we start our budget process, if the position is filled, we start with the salary of the incumbent.
Right. So there was nobody in these jobs to begin with, and they had a placeholder. And then when they had the actual person come in, then they adjust the salary to the actual number for the person that's doing the job.
Actually, I think it's exactly, I'm sorry to cause some, this is such a technical thing, is that actually when we created the budget, there were people possibly in one or more of these positions, and they were getting paid at a higher than step 3. They are not there anymore. These are vacant positions, but because they're in the budget system at that higher rate that person was getting, they cost a little bit more as a vacancy than the 4 positions that we pulled over originally, which were vacant and we're at step 3. So, but again, how we're going to pay someone really depends on their experience. And when we hire them, it's just that in our budget system, because they were filled when we did the extract, they come over at that higher rate.
Gotcha. Okay.
But we were always, I really think the primary point is we're not changing anybody's rate of pay. We were always going to make these positions information service specialists, support specialists 2s. So they were always going to be in that range. And I'm sorry that this is one of those technical, how our system does something thing that's providing some confusion, in addition to the operator, me, not necessarily talking about it correctly in the first place.
Well, my concern, if I may, Madam Chair.
Certainly.
If you do a desk audit, it's what the work is. It's not, who came there. If they're able to do the job, they should get paid for the job.
And they will.
I think the idea is that okay. I think the idea is that they are being paid for the job that they are doing, but the budgeted amount was different. So they're being paid to do the job that they're doing. It's just that the number that was there was a holdover from somebody else who had been doing the job that had different qualifications. So it's not as if they're being shortchanged. If they could do the job, if they had the experience and they could do and they could plug in at the higher rate, they would have, but their experience did not qualify them for the higher rate, is what I'm hearing.
Well, right now they're vacant until you tell us that we can create them and they get approved by the legislature. They're vacant positions, but yes.
Okay, so there's nobody doing the jobs right now anyways.
No.
Okay,
no.
So when they're filled, whoever fills the job will get paid appropriately.
Correct. On the scale. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're talking about in initiative, the 2 initiatives that are together on this one page, on page 9, are basically similar in that we're talking about moving jobs to a different category and plugging in an amount, and there are currently nobody filling those jobs. So do we want to vote on it at the same time? Yes, Representative Toole, do we want to vote them on at the same time, or do we want to vote them individually? Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a thought on that per se, but I understood Daph's to say a little while ago that we weren't creating new positions. And now I'm kind of getting the impression we're creating new positions. So I'm totally confused here.
I know. I'm really, really, really sorry about that. We are not creating new positions. We are moving positions that exist from the Internal Service Fund of Information Technology to the general fund so that they can support the radio network.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Lynn, do you have a
Yes.
comment for us?
I do, Madam Chair. So it's actually only one initiative vote. The paper that you see shows you what's currently in the budget at the top, and what you're
Okay.
voting on is the revision. So there's just one initiative
Just
for
one
you
initiative?
on this page, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're voting on the initiative on page 9, and it would be the initiative that's revised. And I probably confused everybody on a very confusing topic. But what, yeah, so all those in favor? If we don't have any other questions, all those in favor of this initiative? Is that unanimous? It looks to be unanimous. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, quickly moving on. The next initiative, Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is again in information services, and this is at the top says, please add. So you are adding the top, actually it's two separate initiatives. The top initiative is reducing in the amount of $36,500,000, reducing funding in the costs of goods sold accounts to correct an erroneous baseline increase. And the second initiative on this page is a $3 million funding out of the general fund to replace aging information technology. But again, these are two separate initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Boyden, if you could explain a little bit for us. The first one we understand. We've been doing this a couple of times today, this afternoon. The second initiative, the $3 million.
Yes, the $3 million. Thank you. So the $3 million would be a capital investment in new Windows laptops to replace aging devices. It would be a managed project to replace 3,119 aging laptops in executive branch agencies.
Sorry, Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is that a standard thing that's been done every year? So I'm assuming, I mean, there's 12,000 state employees, certainly, maybe not all, they all don't necessarily have laptops, but is this routine, continuing, cycling, upgrade type of things?
I believe the intent of this is to replace some that are well past their age of being replaced. Most are on a replacement cycle.
Right.
So this would backfill some that have not been replaced to date.
Okay, so this is basically speeding up the cycle and getting folks.
I don't think it would be speeding up. It would be putting people back onto a cycle who maybe have fallen off.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Representative Reisman. You're on mute, sir.
There we go. All right. So there's $3 million in the next fiscal year. Why isn't there anything planned and beyond that?
This would be a one-time general fund investment, and then we would have the rest of people remain on their replacement cycles. This would just be a bit of catch up, similar to Elaine's BGS explanation of we have $87 million of backlogged capital needs. We also have a backlogged needs in IT replacement.
So why don't we have a fund similar to the capital expenditure fund that we talked about earlier?
I mean, that is certainly an option. This was just a smaller investment that we felt could easily be managed in 1 year of general fund appropriation.
Is there a regular rotation of people or machines being updated every couple of years? Is there something like that already in place, or is this just what happens every couple of years? You replace 3,000 laptops?
No, there is a normal routine refreshment process for your laptops. This
Okay.
is just catching up those who were not able to afford to do that in the past.
Okay, so it would be included someplace in the budget on a regular basis. This is just a special initiative. This would be a change in what you regularly budget for laptop replacements.
Laptop replacements would be part of when departments come in and talk to their committees about their IT costs, their monthly IT costs. Part of that would be their normal laptop charge, which leads to a refreshment.
Okay. All right. So we have two, Representative Toole.
Sorry, I hate to keep asking questions, but I guess my question is, so when the departments do come in, how is it that these folks slip through the cracks? And I'm not saying no, I'm just wanting to know how these 3,000 people slip through the cracks.
I'm not sure that they slipped through the cracks as much as they were not able to fund their replacements. They were not able to get on the cycle to be refreshed.
And I guess why was that? Is there a general reason? Do you have any thoughts on it?
I would be making an assumption to say I think it was probably funding related.
Okay.
In the past, we've been in a position where we were asked to reduce appropriations when we were in our belt tightening years. And some of the things that were done were delaying IT replacements. So we are now in a phase where maybe we can help catch people up.
I get you, thanks.
Representative Reisman? You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So could you say that the costs are spread across a lot of different agencies on a yearly basis through their IT budget? Are you able to tell us what the total agency cost of replacements are during a particular year?
I can get that information for you. I don't have it offhand.
Well, it must be in the millions of dollars at any rate. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we need to probably vote on both of these separately, Lynn, or both together?
I would say if the committee is, I would say you could vote them together if, unless someone has a different vote for each one.
Okay, this is information services. So let's see whether that holds or not. So we have these two initiatives in information services. One that is correcting an error that's broad-based in several different areas, and another one is to pay for 3,100 new laptops that have been delayed in being updated. So those in favor of these two initiatives, raise your hands. Okay, thank you very much. It looks unanimous here. Thank you. Let me see. Public improvements. Sorry, Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is again in DAS, public improvements. It's establishing two new positions to provide asbestos, lead, mold, contaminant, and indoor air quality assessment and mitigation oversight services for both public schools and state facilities. It's 182,000+ in the first fiscal year and 191 plus in the second fiscal year.
Okay. And this was we had a bill recently where we talked about this in general. So we know about the needs within the buildings. Representative Reisman.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. I was going to ask from the previous vote if we could get that list of how much we spend across the agencies for computers every year.
If Ms. Boyden, if you could provide that to our clerk, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions with regard to adding these two positions regarding occupational health and safety compliance? Representative Ivan, you still have your hand up or no? There we go. Are there any questions with regard to this item? There being none, all those in favor of this item? Let's see. It's not unanimous, so we will ask Cheryl to call the roll on this one, please.
Yes. Wait. Yep. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen,
Yes, yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole,
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood,
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus,
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr,
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs,
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland,
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 7 yes, 3 no, and 3 absent.
And the folks that voted no?
We not to add the positions.
Okay, thank you. Next up, tree growth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is tree growth, and it is adding 2.9 million in the 21-22 fiscal year and 3.2 million in the 22-23 fiscal year. And it is funding needed to meet projected municipal reimbursement requirements under the tree growth tax law.
All right. Ms. Boyden?
Yes.
If you could just give us a brief explanation of this, as far as I know, this is reimbursing towns for their tree growth tax abatements. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay,
These are based on the revised projections from Maine Revenue Services.
Okay, thank you. Representative Greenwood, you started to have your hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair. I was just curious as to why these numbers are changing now, or shouldn't they have already been in place in March when we did the original budget? What's the discrepancy, please?
Ideally, they would have been in place in March, but we discovered that they were not up to date and wanted to make sure we brought that forward as soon as possible.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions with regard to this, Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if this budget item weren't approved, what would happen to municipal tree growth? I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear some thoughts on that.
Ms. Boyden, if we did not approve this, if not just us, but others did not approve this, what would happen?
If this were not funded, the program itself would be underfunded. So I would have to talk with the state tax assessor to see if he has the authority to prorate or what the method would be to address that. But it would be funded at a level insufficient to reimburse towns at the appropriate level.
Thank you. Is that the answer you thought you would get, sir?
It is, and I would say with it, you know, towns are, they're doing their budgets. They've budgeted based on revenue coming in up to a point. And I realize revenue pictures change, but I wouldn't want to set the precedent of rejecting this just based on tree growth is a touchy subject in a lot of ways, but I wouldn't want to change this. I wouldn't want to mess this up at this point.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? There being none, show of hands of those who approve this initiative. Looks unanimous to me. Thank you very much. Let's see. And thank you, Ms. Boyden, for being with us. I guess we're going to go to, I don't know whether you're going to stick around just in case we have other questions on other items, but we're now going to move over to the Governor's Energy Office. Is that you also?
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to go out of order because there are language parts that affect the department. And I thought
yes.
we would do those and then the department can go take care of other business.
Okay.
So if that is all right with the committee, I'm going to the language part section of the budget, which are the last several pages. So the first language part is part M, and this is what's currently in the budget. And I believe this committee voted on this proposal. There's a difference between what's in the budget and what they are asking it to be revised. And the difference is in the number of years of the financing agreements. So this is for Central Fleet for the purchase of motor vehicles. This is allowing the department, with the cooperation of the treasurer, to enter into financing agreements to buy motor vehicles. And the terms of the financing agreements as set out in this language is staying the same with respect to the principal dollar amount is limited to 7.5 million. And the interest rate is limited to 5%. The change, which is from what is in the current budget, is the agreements can now go up to 6 years in duration. The current language is up to 4 years in duration. So just that change in terms of years.
Okay, thank you. And this is more reflective of Ms. Boyden. This is a better deal for borrowing money to buy the vehicles for this fleet, or is there another reason for changing the years?
This will put us more in line with industry standards for the financing terms. It will bring us closer to aligning with how long we actually keep vehicles, which is on average about 9 years or 125,000 miles. And it may allow for some reduction in monthly rates to people who use Central Fleet services.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Reisman? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is, are all the vehicles that we buy under these conditions all new vehicles?
Yes.
And 6 years, all that's doing, it doesn't really, it's going to save us in interest rate. It's going to lower the payments because it's a longer term. Considering that the state budget is fairly stable right now, why would we want to stretch that out and not pay it off earlier?
The rationale is to move us closer to the industry standards and to help mitigate some of the increases faced by departments. If we're able to lower our payment, then that will impact what the departments are required to pay Central Fleet when they lease vehicles from Central Fleet Management.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is part of the reason because we're buying more expensive vehicles, and are those more expensive vehicles a result of green energy vehicles, or are we still buying traditional gas and diesel powered vehicles?
I believe the majority of the vehicles we still buy are gas and diesel powered vehicles. I can get the breakdown on that if you're interested in the percentage or the number of those vehicles.
But the other part was, is it because of cost?
I believe in general, yes, the cost of vehicles is only increasing.
So it's the general cost of vehicles, not specific vehicles. Generally speaking, vehicle costs are going up.
Yes.
Okay. And not for a specific reason, but just overall.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Dorr.
Sorry.
No worries.
Is this every vehicle we're buying or just general fund vehicles?
These are only vehicles purchased through Central Fleet Management.
Okay, so that wouldn't include like the state police cars and the game wardens trucks, or would it?
It would not include it would not include the state police vehicles. They are purchased under a separate COP.
Okay.
I'm not positive about inland fish vehicles. They may lease from Central Fleet, so they may be one of the agencies who could benefit if we were able to lengthen the period and potentially lower or at least hold the rate.
And if I could just follow up, approximately how many vehicles are we talking about? Just a rough guess.
It was in the neighborhood of 300.
Okay, less than I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I kind of mulling over where Representative Reisman is at with this. I kind of agree with it. Kind of see where he's coming from, that it would make sense to get those paid off sooner and keep short accounts, if you will. So I don't know what others think, but I think that just seems to make sense to me.
Okay.
Can I just reiterate what Jenny said? I'm sorry, I have to pop in and out today, and I can imagine that that's a little distracting, so I apologize for that. It's if I came in when Jenny was saying that the cost of the vehicles are going up, and it's a balance. We're trying to balance what the agencies pay for their state vehicle with good fiscal management. We are in a low interest rate environment right now. So back in the day when we had higher interest rates, we were looking to pay those off quicker, and had a higher payment. And now we're in a lower interest rate and can maybe stretch that out a little bit and allow for our agencies to kind of, it would almost let them stay at the same level. It might result in some decreases, but mostly we're just trying to keep those payments level for them. And this is always a balance. I do want to say that on average, though, because of the fact that we can't necessarily rotate the cars the way that we do, our cars average 9 years and more than 125,000 miles. So we're already doing our best to kind of stretch that out to begin with. But just as context, that's a little bit of the reasoning, is that as vehicle costs go up, this gives us an opportunity to kind of keep the payment flat, still get the new vehicle into our fleet rotation, and keep the payment flat for our agencies.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments with regard to this? There being none, raise show of hands for those who are in favor of this initiative. We're going to need a roll call on this one. So Cheryl, if you could call the roll on this initiative.
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Tool, no. Representative Mark Bryant. Representative Mark Bryant, absent. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus.
Representative Paulus has left.
Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
No.
Representative Walter Reisman, no. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 3 yes, 5 no, and 5 absent.
And Representative Tool? Just reject the increase in the term?
Yeah, I would just say leave it as it is in the current budget.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much. Next up, Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now going to the executive branch. I believe that we have done all of the department's branch. So let me screen share the first initiative in the executive branches within the governor's office. It is establishing 2 special assistant positions to support policy analysis and the development, and provides funding for the all other costs associated with the positions. And the totals in the upcoming fiscal year is $364,990, and the 2022-2023 is $380,988.
Thank you. Any questions on this initiative, page 60? Representative Tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if, I believe it's Ms. Pingree, if she could explain the need or the rationale for these 2 new positions. What are we doing, that sort of thing.
Ms. Pingree, is this in your department?
Just to confirm with Lynn, I believe that was in the governor's office and not my department, so Kirsten might speak to it.
Yep. Thank you. Lynn, this is, would this be, Commissioner Figueroa?
That's correct. These are in the governor's office, and the request is for 2 additional policy personnel due to help with liaising between the legislature and executive, as well as policy people. And there was something else, but I've since lost it. But this has been
casework.
I have to say, thank you. Constituent casework. I have to say, this ask is a long time coming. The personnel level at the governor's office has been the same for quite a number of years, and the amount of work just continues to go up.
Okay, thank you. Any questions with regard to this item? There being none, all those in favor, please raise your hands. No? Okay. I guess we need to call the roll, Cheryl.
Yes. Representative Joseph Baldacci, absent. Representative Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Tool.
No.
Representative William Tool, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
I don't see Representative Bryant here.
Thank you. Representative Mark Bryant, absent. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus. absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 4 yes, 4 no, 5 absent.
And your response is no to this one, sir? Mr. Representative Shul?
That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next is still within the executive department, but these are within the governor's energy office. The first initiative establishes 2 positions to provide legal counsel and advisory support for the legal and grid modernization proceedings, and provides funding for the all other. Now, I'll mention them all in case you want to ask questions. The second initiative establishes 2 positions and funding. This is a one-time funding for a research consortium, and the last one is a one-time limited period position to provide power sector transformation studies in accordance with the Maine Climate Action Plan. And maybe I should have not talked about that one because they may fall under Hannah Pingree's purview. So there are 3 in the governor's energy office.
That's the energy office, and okay.
Yes.
Ms. Pingree's office will be up next, but Ms. Pingree, would you be the person to talk about this, or still Ms. Boyden?
I can help fill in the blanks. I will just let you know, I know Dan Burgess is also presenting these same positions to the Energy and Utilities Committee, and they had a work session on them this morning, and they're still working on them. So I can speak to them, but Dan Burgess can provide you exact answers if I cannot.
Okay, so Ms. Boyden would not be the person to answer these questions. Ms. Boyden? No, okay.
I can certainly try to help if it's strictly a budget process type question, but as far as what the positions will be responsible for, it would really be Dan.
Oh, okay. Representative Toole? And I'm sorry, Mr. Burgess, is he still over in EUT, or is he?
I can let him know that this is happening. I honestly thought he was only before EUT, so I'll text him right now.
Thank you. Representative Toole.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize this was going to EUT as well as us. So I'm not sure if we should proceed with deliberations over it, given that it's over there. If it's over there, they'll get their input from a policy point of view, and they'll make their recommendations for appropriations. Otherwise, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is an overlap with EUT. There are some initiatives in the budget that EUT is considering that are related to this. And then there is this position, which is within SLG's jurisdiction. So my understanding from the analyst at EUT as of this morning, and that's not necessarily the most up-to-date information, is EUT may be making recommendations on things that strictly fall within SLG's jurisdiction, but that both committees, that if SLG wants to make a recommendation on this item, which is strictly or technically part of your jurisdiction, the committee, I think, should feel free to move forward if they so choose.
Thank you. Yes. So so these positions, 2 of them are not permanent. 1 is permanent, 2 are not. That is correct. Okay.
I am sharing the screen again so that we can all, I'll make sure that I'm talking correctly. So the first two in the first initiative look like they're permanent. The second one is 2 positions plus a one-time funding. And the third position is, the third initiative is a limited period. So it looks like there's 4 full-time across the 3 initiatives and 1 time limited and 2 time limited. 4
Okay.
full-time, 2 time limited. Just to
Okay,
make your job easier.
Yeah. Okay. Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like clarification that the positions, the personal services are for the positions, that's like their salary. Does it include all their benefits and everything? Because some of those numbers are high.
I believe
Yes.
so. Ms. Pingree, oh, Ms. Boyden, thank you.
I'm sorry. I just was
No.
jumping right in there.
This is the technical aspect that you can help us with.
Yes. Yes, these do include all salary and benefits, including retirement.
Thank you.
Did we, Representative Toole?
Yes, so I'm a little confused where all 3 are merged into one thing. So I think we probably would be best to go through each of them separately.
Sure.
Just
They
because
are a little bit different.
Yeah.
So we can go through each initiative separately. So the first initiative is for 2 public service coordinator 2 positions. And this says it provides legal counsel and advisory and other support for legal and grid modernization proceedings. Do you have is there a bit of an explanation, Ms. Pingree, for what this might be? Mr. Burgess is with us.
Yes, I'm just going to tell you that.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Hi there, Representative.
Welcome to State and Local Government. We're talking about the positions being added under Z122 of the Governor's Energy Audit. We're going to talk about them individually. The first one is for 2 Public Service Coordinator 2 positions. Could you give us a little bit of a précis about what they were doing?
Absolutely, Representative. Thank you for the question and for the opportunity to speak. So the first initiative, which you've indicated, establishes the 2 PSD2 positions to really advise on planning and regulatory initiatives. As the state continues to advance on our clean energy and climate goals and continues the need to modernize our electric grid to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable electricity, the GEO is seeking these positions to do 2 things. One is to advise and support the Energy Office as we engage more directly with the Public Utilities Commission. They have proceedings, hearings on many important topics, and this position would be someone that is central to the GEO engaging in those activities. The second would be focused on one effort in particular around grid modernization. So again, as we have more distributed resources on the grid, as we look at opportunities to harden our grid with regards to impacts of climate change, this person would be engaging directly in the proceeding that the Public Utilities Commission just opened on grid modernization. So that is the background on those 2 positions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Burgess? No? Okay, thank you. A show of hands of those in favor of this initiative. I think we're going to need to call the roll. So Cheryl, if you could call the roll with regard to this first initiative.
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant. Absent. Representative Randall Greenwood. Absent. Representative Sean Paulus. Absent.
1, 2, 3,
Represent-
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Representative Francis Head. Absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes.
Second.
Representative Walter Reisman.
No.
Representative Walter Reisman, no. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 3 yes, 4 no, 6 absent.
All right. And so your response to this one is no. Is that correct, Representative Tool?
That is correct for me. I'm not sure what Representative Reisman.
Representative Reisman?
My stand on this is that it should be half the number of employees.
So you'd prefer just one?
And
Okay.
if I may, if the rest of our folks are willing to go with that, I could potentially go with that as well.
Just the one position?
Yeah.
Okay.
If the rest are willing to. So that we don't
Senator
really
Rosen,
split.
Representative Downs?
I would be willing to do
Okay,
one.
thank you. So the alternative position is only one new public service coordinator too. All right, thank you. The next initiative is for 2 public service coordinator 2 positions. Mr. Burgess?
Yes, thank you, Representative. This initiative would fund 2 positions within the Energy Office to focus on building economic opportunities for communities and businesses in the energy space, with a particular focus on offshore wind. So the governor has set a goal of doubling the number of clean energy jobs in the state. Maine is actually lagging the other states in the region when it comes to clean energy jobs, and this position would be part of the lead in working with DECD and others as we seek to move forward policies focused on workforce and development. It would be a particular focus on offshore wind, as we see that as a significant opportunity for the state, not from an energy perspective, but also from economic development perspective when it comes to ports, infrastructure, maritime, et cetera. The second position would be the lead for R&D activities related to offshore wind, which includes working with independent experts to establish a research consortium, which will look at how to manage key aspects of the floating offshore wind research array. And then finally is $1 million in funding to establish this research consortium. So it is a state-led initiative, but we'll work with research experts, our universities and others to look at what research is happening in this space related to the research array and kind of what other offshore wind research activities could be, should be funded, would be funded. I would note that this is just an initial investment. We anticipate funding from other entities to be a match to these funds going forward. So this will help seed those funds for future match. I'm happy to take other questions.
Thank you. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So putting the positions aside for just a second, the additional funding, is that perhaps Lynn could answer whether that's in our purview or not? And if it is not, then I would say we just focus on the positions.
I'm sorry, Representative Toole, I was writing myself a note. So
Yeah, so my question was the funding for the Research Array Consortium. That sounds to me like that really is more of an EUT thing, whereas the petition positions may be under our purview. Is that the case, or am I wrong again for the 50th time today.
Representative Toole, you are rarely wrong. And I do not know the answer to that question. It was not till late yesterday that I was made aware that there were this crossover.
Perhaps Mr. Burgess can help us with that. You apparently were chatting with EUT earlier this morning. What is your position on the consortium, and what is their position on the consortium, or did you get there?
Thanks, Representative. A vote was not taken this morning. We had a good conversation and dialogue on each of these, which include the research consortium. So I think we're slated to talk one more time tomorrow morning. A few questions were asked about this, and we're working on a little bit of feedback. So I know it's something that the EUT committee is actively engaged on.
The consortium itself?
All three initiatives, but that as well.
Okay. Representative Reisman? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you.
There we go.
Question for Mr. Burgess. So I think you mentioned something about matching funds. Will you be able to estimate what that investment on behalf of the state will bring in matching funds?
Thanks for the question, Representative. This is one of the items that came up in the EUT this morning, so it may be better for that to take place there. But the general answer is it's really hard to indicate or to say exactly what the match would be. The idea around this consortium and around the research that needs to take place is to take stock of what has taken place, both in the United States regionally, as well as in Europe, where they're doing more on floating offshore wind. And so this will really be to seed that effort, develop the tools necessary to see what the latest research is, what the gaps are, and what how the state and this consortium could move that research forward. I'll note the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, NOAA, other entities have done research in this space. All signs point to there being more funding coming down the road, at least from the federal government, and then there's other entities which could conduct this research, the university system, others. And so I think it's difficult to give you an exact number, but we think this is a good start.
Representative Reisman, did you get your question answered?
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm trying to determine whether or not having us chime in on whether we should be supporting the research consortium is a good thing. We are a policy committee after all, and while we do get to deal with the employees and their compensation and so forth, and adding employees, moving employees around is part of what state and local government does. Whether or not the research consortium, if Mr. Burgess, if you prefer that it go directly to EUT and stay with EUT, then we can not chat about it, but we will if that's a good position for you.
Representative, respectfully, I would agree. I think that we've had a number of conversations in the EUT around this project around offshore wind. I spent many hours with them talking through it, and so I think that's a good pathway.
Okay, so we will only be, if it's agreed to by the members of the committee, we will only be talking about establishing 2 public service coordinator positions. And then we won't be dealing with the research consortium. So that would fall to the EUT committee to deal with. Representative Toole?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with that. I also oppose adding these 2 positions for a variety of reasons, not the least of which being people in my area have grave concerns about, in the fishing industry, have grave concerns about adding offshore wind. And while I won't get into that in great depth today, I am a supporter of putting that on hold permanently and don't feel we should be spending money on adding these positions.
Thank you, sir. So we're not going to include the one-time funding to establish a research consortium.
Right.
There we are. Is there any further comments? Lynn, did you have a comment? Or your hand was up. Was that an accident?
No, no, no. I'm on the phone with Maureen trying to figure out the answer to the question of whose budget is it in. And
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know, but we don't have an answer yet.
Okay. Well, Mr. Burgess had mentioned that probably the EUT is the best place for this consortium to go. And they will be talking again tomorrow. So Representative Reisman. You're on, there you go.
Thank you. I'm getting better. Thank
You
you,
are.
Madam Chairman. I would recommend we do the same thing with this one that we did with the previous ones, and that is to reduce the funding to one position.
Fund just one?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm sure that we will be needing to have, where's Lynn? Lynn's there. We will be needing to have Cheryl call the roll on this one because there will be different questions. But Lynn Caswell, are we going to allow EUT to talk more about the consortium tomorrow and take it off of our plate now?
I think it's up to the committee. Maureen does not have an answer to the question. It would probably take her another 10 minutes. I think that it's at the committee's leisure if you want to ask EUT, and I believe that they have expressed interest in it. Again, as you know, these are just recommendations to the AFA,
Right.
so that's not binding votes. So I think that is a reasonable plan.
I believe that the consortium is more in line with the EUT committee's purview. It's something they have been talking about regularly. Offshore wind, alternative energy sources. That is something that they are focused on, and they're much more experienced and knowledgeable about this. So I'm just as happy to have the research consortium stay with EUT, because they would be more cognizant of the finer points of this. Representative Greenwood?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, where it's just advisory, I don't see an issue with us advising our position on it. So
Yeah.
I guess my thought was, why don't we just vote on it?
That's fine. Anybody else happy to just vote on it, just in case, and leave it to them to discuss further? Okay, so we'll Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're going to be voting on it, I'd want to know if this money would be going to foreign companies in terms of research. Would
Mr. Burgess, could you answer that question?
Yes, thank you, Representative, for the question. I think the intent is to work with entities like the University of Maine and other research institutions, both at kind of higher ed, but also could be other, research nonprofits or GMRI or other folks that are involved in the space to really look at that. So I wouldn't envision kind of those types of funding arrangements. I think my point more so was that there are this consortium would look at what existing research already exists, and we wouldn't limit that review to just what's happening nearby. We'd look around to see where floating offshore wind is already in the water, and we'd look to see what analysis and studies have been done there, so that we wouldn't duplicate those efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start first with the initiative as written. Are those all those in favor of the initiative as written, including the research consortium, knowing that EUT will be doing much broader work on this issue tomorrow when they meet again? So if there's hands raised for those who are interested in the initiative as written. Just me, Donna? And all those in favor of the initiative with just one position? Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. All those in favor of not funding this initiative at all? Representative Toole, Representative Greenwood. So we have varying interests across the board. Okay. All right, next up is the initiative that establishes a one-time Public Service Coordinator 2 position. Mr. Burgess, if you could explain that to us just a little bit.
Yes, thank you, Representative. So the third initiative utilizes existing funds that exist at the PUC from penalties levied. Those funds would be used to establish a one-time limited period position, as well as to conduct further analysis for the effort of advancing what is called a power sector transformation process. So looking at what we need to do to transform the electric sector to meet our targets. As the electric sector changes, as modifications need to be made, this stakeholder process, as has been done in other states and was recommended by the Climate Action Plan, really gets into the granular details of what's needed to advance or to transform our electric sector. Could be data, as has been highlighted as a key issue. Could be dealing with issues of peak demand related to load growth. As we grow our electricity sector and seek to use it in more dynamic ways, from the new F-150 trucks that are coming out to the heat pumps that are being installed, all of those have impacts on the electricity sector, and this process will allow us to continue to look at those impacts and to make forward-thinking, common sense adjustments to them as we move forward. So it is a position and then funding to support that effort.
And this is one limited period, so the period of time would be?
2 years.
2 years, thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Burgess regarding this position? There being none, those in favor of funding this position for 2 years? So we'll get Cheryl to call the roll for this one. The last one was a little more complicated, but this one seems to be one way or the other.
Okay. So this is the third initiative on page 61.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant, absent. Representative Randall Hall.
Randall Greenwood says no.
I was trying so hard. Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 4 yes, 4 no, and 5 absent. And the no is?
I would say no, no. I would say the no is no.
Okay, that's succinct. Yes, thank you.
But with that, Madam Chair, there was
Yes,
a
sir.
little bit of confusion on the previous vote. I was under the impression we were voting for the consortium itself as one item and then the positions separately. The positions associated with it separately. yet we voted for all each as one item.
Right. I think the consensus was that I was in favor of the position and the positions. Let's let me get my notes on. The positions and the consortium, that the people who were who wanted just one one position also wanted the consortium, and that the folks who voted no wanted neither the positions nor the consortium.
Okay, that's correct from my standpoint. So thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Did I get that right for everybody else that was voting? No? Representative Reisman, was I correct?
My understanding is we're leaving it up to the utilities committee there to come up with something around that, and that we would be going along with that. And we were basically voting on the personnel.
Okay. So the people that voted for just one position, you didn't want, there's going to be multiple. So my position is yes on the two positions and the consortium. There was also
people for that.
2 people for that. And then there was one position. Is it just one position? There were 4 people who voted on that one. That was Representative Reisman, Representative Copeland, Representative Downs, and
Tool.
Oh, no.
No,
You were a no. You were
You were a
no.
no.
Sorry.
Was it Senator Rosen, or were you a no altogether?
I'll stick with my vote
Which was
on,
Oh.
on
on the one position?
position.
One position. Okay. So everybody wants just the one position, not the consortium. One position, no consortium. Okay. And then there were 2 that were no.
No
My
on both,
mistake.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And that's why I asked, because it was a little confusing as to who was going which way. So
Multiple choice, yes. So yeah. Okay. All right. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is now time for us to move on to the portion of the budget of the executive branch that is the Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. And you do have 2 people, Hannah Pingree and Brian, and I keep I can't see my screen. So Mr. Brian, I keep not being able to see your last name. So the first initiative in GoPIF is funding in the amount of 1.5 million in each of the 2 years. Funding for green communities, emissions reduction planning, technical assistance, and grants for community climate projects. And I guess we'll do one at a time.
Certainly. Ms. Pingree, now it's your turn. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Great. Well, thank you all. And I know you've had a long day on all of these items. So I will just say all of the initiatives you're going to hear about today do fit together. So the state climate action plan did emphasize the need for state support of communities for climate planning, both projects to reduce their emissions, energy planning projects. You know, we have lots of communities from Rumford to Kittery that are trying to do good work around emission reduction projects, and as well as planning for climate impacts. So resiliency, sea level rise, increased flooding. Again, this is statewide. So the first fund is about emissions reduction, and this would be grants and technical assistance for communities. The second funding initiative is about resilience, and the positions in between are to help manage it all. So I'm happy to answer more detail. I will just emphasize we have been working closely with Maine Municipal. We've certainly heard, like you've heard from legislators who talk about how can the state better coordinate and support communities as they try to plan for and tackle these issues. And these initiatives that you're going to talk about today are really about how does the state take more proactive role, not telling communities what to do, but actually supporting them in their planning and providing them, again, with grants and incentives to do the work. We have also told you during the course of this busy legislative session about a pilot project we're doing. It is funded by philanthropy, and it is, we actually just announced the communities that are participating in it. They include Wyndham, Bridgeton, Harpswell, Phippsburg, West Bath, Caribou, Washburn, and Fort Fairfield. So we're sort of piloting this work with private funds. And I will say we've received many more towns applying to be a part of it than we were able to fund. So the need is out there. Lots of towns, again, across the political spectrum and across the state are interested in this work. It's just how do we actually have both the staff capacity as well as the grant funds to do it. And again, these grant funds will go directly to towns, and they will also go to regional groups like COGS, like the Northern Maine Planning Commission, who help do this work with communities.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Pingree or for Mr. Hubble? Representative Reisman?
I may be a little ignorant in all this, but I'm wondering what resilience planning means.
Sorry, resilient, it's a code word. It's a great question, Representative Reisman. So it is communities trying to plan for issues like sea level rise, increased flooding, erosion, droughts, so I will say that the variety of challenges we are already seeing both on the coast and the inland parts of our state, issues they're facing because of climate change. So resilience planning is like, how do you get ahead of it? How do you make sure that your road is still going to be accessible for emergency management? How do you make sure you rebuild a culvert, before it caves in? So it's planning ahead and supporting communities who are trying to do this work. And I will say, we have heard statewide from towns who are interested in this.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Pingree?
I think I had a second question, just really quick.
Okay.
But
Sure.
let me just see if I can remember what I was going to ask you. Oh yeah, what are the chances of getting any matching funds for the state piece of this?
It's a great question. There is also a provision coming in the American Rescue Plan funding around infrastructure adaptation. And we do know that towns are often looking for match for FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Fund. So FEMA does fund both disaster relief and pre-disaster assistance. So these funds could be used to help towns match. I will also say we've been working with the counties, Maine Municipal, and the COGS around the funding that communities are getting via the Federal American Rescue Plan. They are thinking about how to do infrastructure projects with that work and looking for a matching source. They want to be able to do more with the money they have. They're interested in issues like infrastructure, sewer and water, which I will just say, sewer and water is a great example of types of systems that need to be made more resilient. We're having lots of problems, especially on the coast, but certainly in inland parts of the state as well. So that is the kind of resilience planning, but also funding the projects that we imagine this money will help promote. And the matching funds could come from FEMA, they could come from local funds, and they could also come from other state funds like the drinking water fund, the wastewater fund at DEP, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions? This is with regard to technical assistance grants. A show of hands of those who are in favor. Okay, we're going to need to have a roll call. Representative Toole, did you have a question?
Yes, to be clear, we're just voting on whether or not we approve of the technical assistance grants. We're not talking about positions in
Nope. This is just, there are three initiatives on page 62. So we're voting on the first one on the page. So it's just for funding for green communities, emissions reduction, planning, technical assistance, and grants for community climate projects. That's what we're voting at present.
Okay, and then there's a second one for positions, and then the third one is for the resiliency planning.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Okay.
And Representative, I'm sorry to make it unclear. The first one, you described it well, but is helping towns do energy projects that reduce emissions. And the latter one is more about resilience adaptation planning for infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you. So Cheryl, if you could call the roll, please.
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen,
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Tool,
Yes.
Representative William Tool, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
He's back.
He's back.
He's back, yes. Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. That's 8 yes, 1
Ought not to pass.
ought not to pass, and 4 absent.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving along to the second initiative, Lynn? Or did we? No.
I will just throw it on the screen if you'd like, but I think that you have heard about it. So
Okay.
this is the 2 positions. In the middle of the screen, you'll see the dollar amount is 433 plus thousand in the first and 442 plus in the second of the fiscal years.
Okay. Ms. Pingree, 2 positions?
So the two positions are to help manage the 2 funding streams we've talked about, and frankly, to both do that and also work across state government. We know, as we've talked about, there are a number of programs that towns try to sort out. So we see this as kind of a new, hopefully more positive municipal relationship with both funding these kind of projects, but also building stronger alliances with our many, many towns in Maine. The third position is a different one, and it is about housing policy and incentives for supporting towns as they consider land use challenges as it relates to housing. So the speaker has a specific bill starting a commission on this issue. There is funding through separate streams coming from the federal government to support more affordable and workforce housing in Maine. And we just see the need to better support communities as they try to do this work. It's not going to be a stick telling towns what to do, but towns that are trying to figure out via their ordinances, via, what are the models that might work. This will be a policy position specifically to work with communities on housing issues. So it is, you could find overlaps to climate planning work. Housing and land use were certainly cited in the climate action plan, but it is really more about the need and the urgent need for housing across our state, which I'm sure I don't need to tell any of you about. So that's the third position.
Thank you. Any questions with regard to these 3 positions that we're talking about here? No? Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The second initiative is talking about sea level rises, and I'm concerned more about how water conditions may go up and down, whether on the coast or inland. And I was hoping that the initiative might cover more of the inland situations where there are some lakes at risk.
Representative Reisman, I will say the language is not perfect as it was written in this budget document. It's not exactly how it involves some cutting and pasting that was not ideal. I would say these are statewide positions to support all of the challenges communities are facing. And I will say they are equally related to increased precipitation that's impacting inland communities, and as well as sea level rise that's impacting coastal communities. There's a need for town support, as every town from Canton that's obviously dealt with significant flooding to where Representative Matlock lives, and they're dealing with sea level rise. So I don't see it about the coast. It is statewide focus on how to support communities. Sea level rise is an example, so it shouldn't have been made it into this blippy.
Thank you. Based on what you're saying, that makes me feel a lot better about that initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier, the last initiative, we put in grant funding for municipalities and regions to do some of this work. Presumably, they could hire local people or people to help them do it with the grant funding. And I would say the same as the next initiative, which for my area is very important, being right on the coast. But I'm not so sure that we really, again, I'm not so sure that we really need new positions, and will be opposing this, while I respect the fact that some of this work does need to be done. And also the fact that there are others in state government that have the capacity to do it, even within marine resources and the other various agencies.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Ms. Pingree? There being none, show of hands for those who are in favor of the 3 positions. So we're going to require a vote. So if Cheryl, if you could call the roll, please.
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 5 yes, 4 no, and 4 absent. And the
And the no's are just no?
The no's are no new positions.
Okay, thank you. And the third initiative on this page, one-time funding for municipal reliance planning and implementation grants.
Would you like me to
Sure.
throw this on the screen?
Yes,
for a
please.
second?
Yes. Yes,
Thank
please.
you, Madam Chair. Let's see if I'm throwing the right thing on the screen. No, that's not it. That's my webinar registration.
Yeah.
You don't want to see that. Let's try this one. There you go. This is the one-time 1.25 million for the municipal resilience planning and information grants.
So although it says one time, it's one time each of 2 years. So a total of, yep. It's 2.5 million. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Pingree? Could you give us a little pricey?
I don't have a lot more to add from what I've said. I would just say it's very similar to the first initiative, except it is focused on the kind of planning support we've talked about. So again, helping towns prepare for climate impacts, flooding, droughts, etc. So first one more about energy and energy projects and reducing emissions. This one more about planning for the impacts. Again, all of the funding to go out to communities for grants and technical assistance.
Thank you. Any questions with regard to this? There being none, show of hands in favor of the grant funding. Let's see. I'm thinking the only one is Representative Greenwood. Do you want to call the roll there, Cheryl? Because we're not unanimous. Oh, sorry,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't mind. I don't think you need to do a roll call. I can say no and vote not to pass and save the committee some time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Ms. Pingree, Mr. Hubble, for coming by. Appreciate your helping us make our decisions on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes. All right. Now the Secretary of State's office. Yeah, Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, we're going out of order, but I was going to say that first, I would like to say, Cheryl, can you please send the State Treasurer Henry back a link?
Yeah.
I sent him mine, but I'm not sure if that works. So I've been trying to get the State Treasurer on the line, but he's not quite here. So I was going to say, let's go to the Secretary of State, skip the State Treasurer and loop back. And you were ahead of me, Chair Matlack.
I must have put the pages in the wrong order or something, but that's where they
quite
are
all
for
right.
me. Okay,
And let's
so Secretary of
see.
State.
And I believe Emily Cook is here from the Secretary of State's office.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the first initiative within, there's actually a few on this page, but the first one, this is within the Bureau of Administrative Services and Corporations. And let me go to the top of the page. These are additions. The first one is an addition to provide funding for the approved reorganization of a Public Service Manager 1 position. The second one is another reorganization of a position as is, but the third one is establishing a new position. And a third, so the first two are reorganizations.
Okay, Representative Reisman.
Yeah, can I make a motion to move these in? These first two?
Well, we're gonna all vote on each of these. So the first one, yeah, we're going to vote on the initiatives individually. So the first one is Public Service Manager 1 position. It's just a modification of salary.
Can I make a motion to move it in?
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Secretary Bellows or for Emily Cook? Are there any questions with regard to this item? There being none, all those in favor of this first item? Thank you, that's unanimous. The second initiative is reorganization. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is another reorganization of a position with a cost of $7,210 in this year, in the first fiscal year, and $11,555 in the second of the fiscal years.
Okay, so this is just again, another modification of salary. Representative Reisman?
I'd like to make a motion to move this into this initiative in.
Okay. All those in favor of this initiative, if you raise your hand. Thank you very much. It looks like it's unanimous also. And the next one is a full position.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is the establishment. So we're on this third initiative. It establishes an elections coordinator position, and the cost is $98,964 in the first year and $88,784 in the second fiscal year.
Maybe we could hear from Secretary Bellows with regard to this position. I know that VLA had been suggesting an increase. I know that you people have tremendous amounts of overtime, and this is hopefully going to alleviate some of that issue for your staff. I hope. Secretary Bellows.
Thank you, Representative Matlack, and members of the committee. Really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. So in 2020, the 8-person election staff performed 73 weeks of overtime. That's over 2,900 hours of overtime. nights, and weekends. Some of the staff members in that division don't qualify for overtime because of their level. For example, Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn worked over 9 weeks of overtime herself, but does not qualify because of her senior level. That isn't the equivalent. So 73 weeks is a 1.4% full-time equivalent of a person. And so it was recommended in the winter by the VLA committee that we consider adding a position to the department. We agreed wholeheartedly with that. We did an overtime analysis of prior years and found that overtime was substantial, not quite reaching 2020 levels, but substantial in prior years, significant enough to justify an additional position. And so we brought that forward, recommended it to the budget office and the governor's office, and we're pleased to see that in the change package.
Thank you. Are there any questions with regard to this position? All those in favor of adding this position? Representative Greenwood is a no?
I'll just be voting no, and I don't need a roll call.
Okay, fine. So it's all but Representative Greenwood said yes. And finally, the one-time funding to promote, carry out, and coordinate programs designed to improve opportunities for women in the state.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to share this screen. There's also a language part that will come up next. This is provides one-time funding of $50,000 in each of the fiscal years, as you said, Madam Chair, to coordinate programs designed to improve opportunities for women in the state.
Secretary Bellows.
Thank you. So the Secretary of State oversees the Women's Commission. It is an all-volunteer commission. It is bipartisan. They publish a report annually. They are interested in doing more, but without adequate staffing or support for a website or other resources, they're inhibited in being able to do that. They have no dedicated funding. They've never received any funding, and they put forward this request. Again, this is a tremendous bipartisan group of women that do some extraordinary work.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments with regard to funding this area? There being none, a show of hands. So we're going to need a roll call on this one, Cheryl.
Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs. You're still.
No, sorry.
That's all right. Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 5 yes, 4 no, and 4 absent.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Secretary Bellows and Ms. Cook, for coming by to answer our questions. We appreciate that greatly. You're welcome. And now,
Madam Chair, there's still one more item from the Secretary of State's office.
Oh, yes.
Hopefully she hasn't signed off. I can't see everybody now. This is another item. It's a language part, which transfers $100,000 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund into the Secretary of State Permanent Commission on the Status of Women, Other Special Revenue Fund. And it's for the purpose of examining healthcare, childcare, and workforce challenges.
So this is the funding source for the money we appropriated for the $50,000 twice that we appropriated. Ms. Cook, could you help us understand what this one is about?
Yes, 1 second. I think both Secretary Bellows and I thought that we were done and we're not. So let me go get it back real quick.
No, sorry about that. My mistake.
No problem.
Apologies. No, my apologies to you. Thank you for coming back to address this issue. This is part TTT-1, transfer to the Secretary of State Permanent Commission on the Status of Women in the amount of $100,000. Just a quick précis.
So again, I think this language would allow us to transfer that money from the Secretary of State to the Commission. And it's something that we are fully supportive of doing. If you authorize the expenditure for the Commission, because it comes through us, because they're administered by us, that has to happen together in tandem. So that's what that is. It's not an additional 100,000. It's just demonstrating that flow.
Right. Okay. Are there any questions for the Secretary? There being none, a show of hands of those in favor of transferring the $100,000. We're going to need, Cheryl, we're going to need a roll call, please.
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, you're gonna get me before the end of this session, I'll tell you. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland. It's 5 yes, 4 no, and 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Secretary Bellows. I appreciate you coming back.
Thank you, and I apologize. I'm juggling committees like so many of you are.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Okay.
We're getting there. We're getting
Madam
there.
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Reisman.
the minority get to specify why you're voting against it?
Did you vote against this?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't, but I assumed that the no was no. I'm sorry.
Not to pass. Yeah.
Ought not to pass.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. All right. Treasurer Beck, welcome to State and Local Government.
Shall I
Thank you, sir.
start screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are near the end. Just share that with the committee. Let's see. I'm going to share the first of the initiatives in the Treasurer's Office. This is amending what is currently in. So the top part that shows 250,000 in each year is being revised with a one-time 500,000 in this year. And this is, both of these provide funding for the Loan Guarantee Program Fund, which guarantees repayments of loans from credit unions and financial institutions. So it appears to be, well, the dollars match, which is always a plus for me.
Mr. Beck, thank you for coming. Could you give us a quick overview of what this is?
Sure. So we actually discussed this, of course, in your previous budget hearings. But this is a program. It appears in our line items, but the program is very much in statute meant to be administered by the Finance Authority of Maine. It was a relief program for individuals affected by COVID. And it's been my testimony and discussion with the committee in the past that there's been no activity in this program. So this appears in the budget because the program still appears in law, and the administration is funding the program in the event it is utilized. But there's been no activity from our office to FAME. What you're seeing, those dollars, those are a guarantee fund. That's not the total size of the fund, but it would be in the event that a participating bank or credit union loans to an affected person, a person affected by COVID for personal income security. But there's been no participation in the program.
Thank you. Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Beck, for being here. When you say there's no activity in the program, have there been loans made and repaid as opposed to no loans made at all?
It's a very good question. My last update with FAME, and again, they administer this program, is that there were no lenders willing to participate. So it's a program that has never gone live because private sector lenders have opted not to participate.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Will this program continue much longer, or is this the end of it with the 500,000? Will it lapse because it's not being used?
I believe I believe the program, which appears in a different, which appears somewhere in statute, I believe has a sunset.
Okay, thank you. All right, there be no further questions. All those in favor of this initiative, raise your hands, please. I guess we're going to need to call the roll because it's not. Pardon me?
If it's just me, I can vote no individually.
Representative Reisman.
I will also be a no on this.
Okay, so we have 2 no's.
Okay.
All right, moving on to the next revised initiative. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next revised initiative is the Disproportionate Tax Burden Fund. And you'll see at the top what is currently in the budget, 5.6 million and 6.9 million in the 2 fiscal years. And the adjustment, this is the municipal revenue sharing. The revised is 12.8 million and 18.5 million. And these are other special revenues funds.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Beck, just a quick, this is municipal revenue sharing 1, 2?
I believe it's 1. And we agree with the proposal. This is a correction to the recent forecasts, and our office is merely a pass-through for the funds. And so long as this money is set in the budget, we will distribute it according to the formula.
Okay, so it's an increase in the amount available for municipal revenue sharing. Thank you. All right, Mr. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of weeks ago, last week, I think we voted overwhelmingly for a bill to retroactively do revenue sharing. And I believe we voted for that bill. It was something like 139 to 1. Don't ask me how I remember that or why. At our last session. So if this is consistent with our support of revenue sharing, then I'll be supporting it on that alone.
This if this is the governor's budget on municipal revenue sharing, this is not retroactive, and this is prospective. Is Mr. Beck, is this just a rebalancing of what's available, or when does this take effect?
When the supplemental takes effect.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of accepting that there will be increased revenue sharing this year?
Definitely.
That's unanimous. Thank you. All right, 191. 190, our last initiative for today.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I don't think it's, oh, might be. You might be right, Madam Chair. Let me share my screen.
I'd have to go looking for another piece of paper otherwise.
Okay, so this is another municipal revenue sharing amendment. The current is on the top of the screen with funding adjustments in, it looks like savings of 5.4 and 429,000, and then the revision is 23 million and 46 million.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming that this is revenue sharing too, so we can probably just move forward. Are there any questions with regard to this item? There being none, all those in favor of increasing revenue sharing to our municipalities? Thank you. That's a unanimous vote. Thank you, Mr. Beck, for coming by today.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay. Lynn, is that the end of it for us today?
That is the end of the budget. You were right. I just want to remind, there was some misunderstanding, and I contributed to it after the vote for the last budget because the joint rules were a bit unclear. The joint rules do not provide that members who are absent have until sometime in the future to vote. So the last budget that you voted, which was the biennial, that was permitted because there was a lack of understanding. I've clarified that, and I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that process last time was an exception to the rule.
So if people were not here this afternoon, then their vote is not considered.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify. Representative Toole.
So to end on a lighter note, my father always used to have a saying when we were working on the wood pile on a hot summer day, and we'd get to the last stick, he always looked at me and said, you know, we should have done this one first.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you for sharing, Will.
Wonderful. So we will be coming back on Wednesday for language review. Okie doke.
That's at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, correct?
It is at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. Thank you. 10 o'clock Wednesday morning for language review.
I really want to do them now, but I'll wait.
Do what? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for a very productive day, and I look forward to seeing you folks again on Wednesday morning. Bye.
Till then.
Randall Greenwood signing off.
You are gonna be the death of